Hello, we are back with some Steins. How are you, everyone? I hope you've been looking forward to this cliffhanger that we left off of last time. But there's no way it could have continued last time. I'm sure you guys understand. I'm just gonna stall for a moment because, I have food that I still need to eat. So how are you guys? How's the weather? I agree with your guys' silence. Hello, hi. Are you ready for more Steins Gate? Are you mentally ready? No, but play more anyways. Fair enough. All that. Okay, well now that I'm done with my food, at long last, it's gonna be as out of the way as it can be without me getting up. I guess continue we go with Kurisu. Hiccup. Starting off strong with that voice line, dots. Kurisu Makise was looking down at something. This is impossible. Kurisu couldn't be here because she was dead. Was I seeing things? Was my desire to see her making me hallucinate? But it seemed far too realistic to be a hallucination. Still, I felt that if I spoke a word, she'd disappear. I couldn't say a thing. What was she staring at without even moving a muscle? She was so still that I thought she must be hallucination after all. But then... Surprise, Okabe even uploaded into Amadeus, oh dear. Huh? She finally exhaled a little and slowly turned around. Surprised Kurisu sound. Okabe. Yep. My throat was dry and I couldn't speak. Maybe drink some dog pee. If you were standing there, you should have said something. You scared me. Happy New Year's. Yep. Anyway, it's not often I see you come by anymore. Like, that is just making sounds, and honestly, same. Understandable, have a nice day. Okabe.
Kurisu.
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 It's really you, isn't it? What the heck kind of way to start off the new year is that? Are you okay? Did you eat something bad? Even her slightly peeved expression.
Kurisu.
Kurisu. What? And the gentle flash you sometimes saw in her eyes. And this. What's wrong? Are you really okay? Understandable, please. I'm so glad he hugged her. Thank God. Even her warmth. Okay, this is really cute, CG. Hey, what are you doing? It wasn't a hallucination. Or an artificial intelligence on a screen. Too cute, abort. Even the art style changed a little bit. It was the real Kurisu Makise. Okabe. The real live Kurisu Makise. Yeah, that's fair. Okabe, please. Let me go.
すまない。
I'm sorry.
でも
But let me stay like this just a little bit longer.
もう少しだけ。
Are you crying? What do you think those sounds were, Kurisu? I realized for the first time that my cheeks were wet. No. I felt her soft hands on my back. Don't worry. It's okay now.
クリス。
Kurisu. It's okay. It's okay. Not the game about to make me cry, no time fly. Say. I'm not gonna fucking lie. She whispered to me in a soft voice and patted me on the back. And wrapped her arms around me. Like a kind mother holding a child.
すまなかった。
I'm sorry. I finally calmed myself down. She was still there. She still existed. Now that I'd calmed down, I realized what that meant. No, don't worry about it. That happens to me too, sometimes.
そういうこと。
That you're thinking about Mayuri, weren't you? Yep. Of course. Because it's not the Steins Gate timeline. They both can't exist in the same one. That's right. Kurisu was here. Which meant this was the Alpha world line. The world without Mayuri. The world where Mayuri died. Some small part of me had wished this was the world beyond Steins Gate. Not quite. But hey, I guess we're at the extension of the Kurisu ending now? I guess? I don't know. But it was a new future, which someone else had opened for me. But of course that was too good to be true. There was no way for me to know what had happened. But I must have made my choice. To give up on Mayuri. There was the future where she was gone. Confronted once more with the reality of Mayuri's death, my heart felt like it was about to burst.
マユリ。
Mayuri. How had she died? Okabe. Did they push her in front of a train? Did they shoot her? Or... Calm down. Kurisu's tiny hand wrapped around mine. Another cute CG. Wow. They're holding hands. How lewd. How can this game be allowed on Twitch if they're holding hands? Okay, come on. Deep breaths. Little by little, my racing heart began to calm down.
ごめん、私が
I'm
余計なこと言っ
sorry.
ちゃったから。
I shouldn't have said anything.
いや
No. It's not that.
そうじゃない
It's
んだ
not.
そう
薬
Are
飲
you
む？
going to take something?
水持っ
I'll
てく
bring
る。
you some water. So he's also taking anxiety meds in this world line. That's good. I rummaged through my pocket and found a small box of pills. It was the same anxiety medication that I'd already been taking. Even in this world, I was still on the same drugs. I looked around the room while Kurisu got me some water from the tap.
ねえ、岡部。
Hey,
どうして
Okabe. Why?
どうしてここに来た
Why
の？
did he come back here? What?
ここにはずっと寄り
You
つか
haven't
なかっ
come
た
here
でし
for a
ょ。
long time, you know?
橋田も来なくな
Even
ったし。
Hashida stopped coming. Oof.
ダルも
Daru too?
ええ。
Yeah. The room was awfully clean then. I took a closer look and saw that there were a few places, like Daru's PC, that were covered in dust, but the rest seemed to have been regularly cleaned.
お前は
You... Kurisu...
クリスは来ていたの
You've
か
been coming here?
時々ね。
Sometimes.
じゃないと
They'd be sad
寂しい
otherwise.
だろうと思って。
I didn't have to ask who they were. Mayuri loved this place. She loved the future gadget lab. She loved the time she spent with all the lab members here.
ごめんね。
I'm sorry.
どうして謝る
Were you apologizing?
だって
Because I waited, but no answer ever came. What was she apologizing for? For talking about Mayuri? For making me remember? Or for making me choose?
クリス
Kurisu.
何？
What?
あいや
No. Nothing.
なんでもない
Okay. If I said something, she'd answer me right away. I could reach out and touch her. That alone brought me to the verge of tears. If I just stayed here, like this. What was I thinking? I'd given up on everything and left her to die. And still, I was happy to be back here in this world line, with Kurisu. As I was sad over losing Mayuri, part of me was thinking I wanted to stay here, even though I didn't have the right. If there was a god in this world, he must be a cruel, twisted being. Why was he doing this to me again? Was what I'd done that wrong? I'd already made my choice once. There was no way to save the world. There was no way to save Kurisu. But with Kurisu in front of me, I was already starting to waver. Should I go back to the beta world line? Should I send the email?
あ
The email?
そういえば
Hey,
電話レンジ過去
what
回
happened to the
どうした
phone wave? What?
どうって
You destroyed it.
あんたが破
Did
棄
you
させたんでしょ？
It's
Wasn't it
complicated, Kurisu.
あ
Yeah,
あ
that's right.
そうだったな
The phone wave no longer existed, it seemed. Of course it didn't. Its mere existence had made us a target of CERN. But without it, I couldn't leave this world line on my own. So even if I did stay here on this world line, it wouldn't be my responsibility. It wasn't my fault, and it wasn't something I'd wanted. Which meant,
ねえ、岡部。
hey, Okabe. Hmm?
悪いんだけど、
Sorry.
何か飲
Could you
むも
go
の買っ
get
てき
me
てくれ
something
な
to
い？
drink?
飲むもの
Something to drink.
ちょっと喉乾い
I'm
ちゃったのよ
thirsty,
ね
you know.
できれば
Something warm if you
温かい
could.
ものがいいわ
インスタントの
I
コー
could
ヒー
make
ぐらいな
instant
ら
coffee if
作
you
るぞ。
want. Wasn't that what Kurisu had always made me do? 2 cubes of sugar, no milk.
コーヒー
We're out of
切
coffee.
らしちゃってるのよ
わかった。
Okay. Yeah, I should go. I want to get outside and think things through.
ミルクと砂糖の入った
Something
甘いや
sweet
つね
with milk and sugar.
ミルクは入れないんじゃ
I
なかっ
thought you
たの
didn't
か。
put milk in your coffee.
寒い日には
On
思いっ
cold
きり
days, I
甘っ
always
たるい
want
ものが
something
飲み
sweet
たく
and
なる
creamy.
了
Roger.
解だ。
I stood up and headed for the door, but turned around halfway.
何
What?
いや、
No. I felt like if I took my eyes off her, she'd disappear. That was far too embarrassing to say.
岡部
Okabe,
しっかりね
hang in there.
子供じゃないんだ。
I'm not a kid.
お使
I
い
could
ぐら
run
い
a simple
でき
errand.
る。
そうね
Yeah, you're right.
いってらっしゃい
Bye. Yeah. My whole body relaxed the second I stepped outside of the lab. Is the Bronto workshop closed, like, forever? Because that seems pretty fucking closed. Evidently, meeting the living Kurisu had made me really tense. I didn't know how to talk to her or what to say anymore. Even though I'd spoken to Kurisu like it was the most normal thing in the world. I still can't believe it, though. Was this really the Alpha World line? No, if Kurisu was here, it had to be. But then why? Why caused the world line change, and how? Save me, Okabe. That call from Kurisu. Was that what triggered it somehow? No, I should stop thinking about it. If someone else had caused it somehow, I shouldn't get involved anymore. I didn't want to. I didn't want to overthrow the structure of the world anymore. I just wanted to live in peace. In a universe with no world lines or attractor fields. Tip time. Attractor field. Fictional. A world line convergence zone. This is the standard accepted model for quantum physics in 2036. After the many worlds interpretation and the Confinigram interpretation, it is a deterministic interpretation, where many world lines gather into a world branch called an attractor field. This attractor field is simply a zone in which all world lines will eventually reach the same end result. Major splits in the world line at the attractor field level are called world line trunks. One pre-2010 example of a world line trunk is the year 2000. Copenhagen. Coparter. I don't know. I'd stopped letting the whims of fate rule my life. There was nothing left that I could do. Suddenly, something seemed very wrong. Kurisu's words a moment ago. What had they meant?
岡部
Okabe,
しっかりね
hang in there. She couldn't mean to. We turned around and rushed back into the lab.
クリス
Kurisu. What?
クリス
Kurisu,
お前
you.
それ
But.
参ったわね
Too bad.
見つ
I
かっちゃっ
guess you
たか
found me. She was just where I'd seen her the first time, standing and looking toward the back of the development room. In the depths of the darkness, in a spot that just a moment ago had been covered by a cloth, I saw an old microwave with its door taken off. Of course. Is this gonna explain what a microwave is? Microwave oven, a cooking appliance that heats the moisture in food using microwaves. They were originally called radar, in this case referring to the electromagnetic waves. Microwave ovens were invented when a communications radar technician realized that EM waves could warm food. Research was done on that process after that. In 1947, they were sold to the public in America. Somehow, microwaves are both older and younger than I thought they would be. Microwave ovens used ranges in the 2.45 GHz frequency range, with home units having an output between 500 to 1000 watts, and commercial ovens between 1500 and 2000 watts. This frequency range is called the ISM band and is the same one used by wireless internet reading. Interesting though. The phone wave, name subject to change. Future gadget number 8. It was the gadget that had changed my fate. No, the fate of the world.
どうして
How didn't I destroy it?
破棄したんじゃなかったのか。
ええ、
Yes,
破棄
you
したわ
did.
これは
This
私
is
が
a new
新し
one
く
I
作り
made.
直したの。
You could call it the phone wave
言ってみれば
custom.
電話レンジ買いね。正しくは
Or wasn't the real
カッコ
name a
仮がつくんだ
little
な。
longer?
それなら
Maybe it should be
電話レン
the
ジ
phone wave
カッ
name
コ仮
subject to
会に
change
なる。
custom. Kurisu.
名前なんてどうだっていい。
The name doesn't matter.
作り
You
直し
remade
たっ
it?
て。
Why?
どうしてそんなことを。
過去にメールを送る
To
た
send
め
a message to the past.
メールを送って、
I'm gonna send a
世界
message
線を
and
変える
change
の。
the world line.
うん。
No.
あんたにとっては
Maybe we better to
戻す
say
って言った
fix
方がいい
rather
のかも
than
ね。
change.
世界線を。これ
I
完成
actually
したのはね、
finished this over a month
実
ago.
は1ヶ月以上前なの。それからはひた
And
すら
since then,
ここに立
I've
って
just been standing here,
送るべきか
wondering whether or not I
送ら
should
ない
send
で
the
おくべきか
message.
悩み続けてた。それがまさか
I certainly didn't
あ
expect
ん
you
た
to
の
come
方
to
から
see
来る
me
なんて
though.
ね。
お前
What are you?
何を。
ねえ、岡部。
Tell me, Okabe.
あんた
You just came from
つい
another
さっき
world line, didn't you?
別の世界線から来たでしょ。それも
And it was
Beta
probably the
世界線
beta
から。
world line. Am I
違う。
wrong?
気づいてたのか。
You could tell.
そうでなきゃ
You never
あん
do
たがあん
something
なこ
like
とす
that
るはずないもの。
otherwise. True.
あんなこと。
Something like what? Hug her?
だから
Well,
そう
the way you
あんな風に
hugged
私
me,
を抱きしめたり
you know.
とかそういうことよ。
was all so wonderful. The way her cheeks reddened in embarrassment as she looked away. The way she pursed her lips, I can read. The way she fiddled with the ends of her hair. Everything was just so wonderful. I realized it again. I was in love with her.
さらに言えば
And what's
そ
more,
の世界線
someone
の
else
変
called
動
us
は
the world of
誰
line
か別
change.
の人の手によ
You
るも
didn't
ので
do it
あん
voluntarily.
たが好き好んで変動させたわけじゃない。当たってる？
Am I right?
すべてを見
So
通し
you know everything
と
then.
いうわけか。
どれだけ
Do you
あんたの
realize
こ
how
と見
much
てきた
time
と思
I've
ってる
spent
のよ。
watching you? Huh?
ああいや
No, it's not like
違うから
that.
な。
I don't mean like
見てき
watching
たっ
you.
て
Well, I
別に
mean,
そういう意
I
味じゃ
do
な
mean it in that sense, but
違わなくもない。
classic tsundere.
とにかく
Anyway, she took a deep breath and looked up at me again.
あんたがベータ世
If
界
you
線
came
から
from
来
the
たって
beta
こと
world
は
line, then you chose that
あんたは
world
過去に
once
一度
before.
その世
doesn't
界
it?
を選択したってことでしょ。
She was so far beyond what I could hope to be. In those brief moments, she discovered all that. She was right about everything. But even so, I couldn't let her know. Admitting that would mean admitting that I'd left her to die. There was no way I could do that.
すまない。
I'm sorry. In the end, that was all I said. That was an admission, all the same. But instead of looking sad, she...
謝るなバカ。
Don't apologize,
あん
dummy.
たが自分
It
で
was
決
your
めたことで
choice,
しょうが。
right? So have confidence in it.
自分の選択に自信を持ちなさい。
She tried to cheer me up. That's right. Kurisu was right. I was the one who'd chosen the beta world line. But,
それにね、
and you know, I
あん
don't
たは
think
多
you were
分間
wrong.
違ってなかった。さっき来たばっ
You
かりのあ
just
んたは
got
知ら
here,
ない
so
だ
you
ろうけ
wouldn't
ど、
know. But for the last several months, you've done
半
nothing
年
but
間
blame
あ
yourself.
んたはずっと自分を責めてた。
Yeah, that checks out.
そんな素振り、
Not that
私
you'd
には
ever
決
let
して
me
見せ
see
ようと
it.
しなかったけど。
It was the same. It was the same as what I'd gone through. It was the same as the beta world line.
でも、
But there was
どうし
nothing
てあ
I
げ
could
ることも
do.
できなかった。だって、あ
Because
ん
your
たの
pain
苦
was
しみ
because
は
of
私の
me.
せいだから。私を生かすため
You'd
に、
suffered so
あ
much
ん
to
たが
let me
苦しん
live.
でたんだから。でもね、
But
そ
that
れも
ends
今日で終
today.
わり。終わりにしなきゃい
It
けない
has
のよ。
to.
だって、
Because if it doesn't,
このままじゃ、
the girl's gonna
Anta wa
keep eating
zutto
away
tsui no
at
ishiki
you.
ni
And in the
sainamarete.
end, it will crush you.
最後には押しつぶされちゃう。
同じだ。
It's the same.
どういうこと？
What do you mean?
どっちにしても
In
結
the end,
局
no matter which choice I make, I
俺
regret
はず
it.
っと後悔するんだ。マイリーを救えなかった
Not
こ
being
と、
able to save you. Not being able to
お前
save
を救えな
Mayuri.
かったこと、アルファ世界線
It
にいて
doesn't
も
matter whether I'm in the Alpha
Beta
world line or the
世界線に
Beta
いて
world
も
line.
それは変わらない。
So maybe I should just stay here.
しっかりしなさい。
Get a hold of yourself, Rintaro Okabe.
クリス、
Kurisu.
なんて顔してるのよ。
Snap out of it.
あんたらしくない。
This isn't like you.
私の好きな
The
本
Kyoma
に興味
Yoin I
は
love is always more
もっと自
confident.
信に満ちた顔してなきゃ。
Love, huh? Kyoma Yoin, huh? Yoin Kyoma. There was a name I hadn't heard in a long time.
あんたは正しい道を選
You
択
made
し
the
た
right
の。
choice. You chose to save
マユリを
Mayuri,
助けるっていう選
and you
択を
weren't wrong.
それは決して間違ってない。
でも
But I let you.
俺はお前を。
いい？
Listen,
今あんた
what
が
you're
こ
seeing
こに
right
いる
now
のは
is.
そう
Mhm.
ね。
It's a dream. That's
夢を
all.
見ているだけよ。
夢？
A dream.
そう。夢
That's
の
right.
中であんたは
You had a
私に
dream
会
where
っ
you
た。
met me. That's all.
ただそれだけのこと。
Well, doesn't that make you feel a little better?
少しは気も楽でしょ。
Kurisu sighed a little and laughed.
これだけ脳の研究
We've
が
learned
進
so
んでい
much
るの
about how
に
the brain works,
夢
but
を
we
見る
still
メカニ
understand
ズ
the
ムって
mechanisms by which we dream.
実はまだ明確にはなっていないのよね。眠っている間に
The brain
脳内では
organizes
記
and
憶の
processes
整理が
memories
行わ
during
れてい
sleep.
る。
One
その
theory
過
says
程で
that the
発生
dreams
す
are
る
a
の
result
が
of that
夢だって
process.
いう説もあるけど。要するに、
In other words,
ここはベー
this
タ
is
世
a
界
dream
線の
world
あん
being
たが迷い
experienced
込ん
by
だ
you in the
夢
beta
の
world
中の
line,
世界。
so you can get your
あ
head
んたの
together,
頭の中
you
を
know?
整理するために。ね。そしてこれが夢
And
な
if
ら、
it's a dream, you have to
いつ
wake
かは
up
目を覚ま
someday.
さなきゃなら
Am
な
I
い。
wrong?
そうです。
でも
But this isn't a
これは夢な
dream.
んかじゃない。
You're right.
現にこうして。
I reached out and touched her cheek. You're right here,
現にこうして
aren't you?
お前はこ
感触だって
Touch sensations are just another of the brain's functions. She took a quick step back. God damn it, Kurisu, come back here. The sensation of her cheek disappeared from my fingers.
だいたいこ
You
こ
won't
にい
be
ても
happy
あんた
here
は幸せ
anyway.
にはな
You'll
れな
never
い。
be rid of the
ずっ
regret.
と後悔の念を拭うことはできないの。そして、
And neither
それ
will
は
I.
私も同じ。
ベータ世界線
That
でも
doesn't
変わ
change
ら
in
な
the
い。
beta world line either.
俺はずっと
I've done nothing but regret
お
that I
前を助け
couldn't
られなかっ
save
たこ
you.
とを。
だけど、
But Mayuri's happy at
少なくとも。
least, isn't she?
まゆりは幸せでいられるでしょ。
Not. I mean. That's complicated. Mayuri
マユ
is.
リは
She doesn't know anything. She can tell that there's something off with you, you dumbass. Anyways. Because that's what I wanted. I wanted her to know nothing and be happy. For now, that wish was still coming true, but
あんたは
you want
マユリに
Mayuri
笑
to
って
be
てほしい。
happy.
そう願ってる。私も同じ。
So do I.
同
I'm the
じな
same
の。
way.
ということは、
Which means that you
やっ
made
ぱ
the
りあん
right
たの
choice
選択
after
は間
all.
違ってはなかったってことよ。
Yeah, like you said, she's alive and able to look at the bright side like always, but I'm sure she's on the same boat as Luca Ko, just like, why won't they tell me anything? Sort of thing. I'd finally met her again, but she was here, alive, right in front of me, but... Oh, come on! She walked up to me without even trying to hide her frustration. Stop this nonsense already, Rintaro Okabe. You already reached your conclusion. You can't stay here. You have to go back. You have to wake up from the dream. Because I don't want to see you suffer like this anymore. Kurisu. Come on. This is a waste of time. I'm doing it. She turned away from me. I could feel the strength of her will. Her resolve. I remembered what I'd seen just after I'd come to this world line. Kurisu had been just standing there, in front of the phone wave. Thinking back, she'd probably already made her decision, without anyone knowing, without anyone to say goodbye to. She'd chosen to go to a world line where she would no longer exist. It had probably taken her a long time, and a lot of struggle, to come to that decision. She probably asked herself 1,000 times if it was really the right answer. If this is what she had chosen after all that, I didn't have the right to stop her. It would be wrong. Hey, Okabe, before you wake up, promise me something. What? When you get to the beta world line, forget about me. About that, you're an AI that we are on a thing to communicate. I don't know, man. That was just the opposite of what she'd said that day. That day. The day when I chose the beta world line, she'd said to me, don't forget me. But now she was asking for the opposite. Forget you. You know I can't do that. She was always like that. She always cared more about others than herself. She always sacrificed herself. She was asking me this for my sake only. She didn't want to be forgotten. She hated being forgotten more than anyone else could. Remember what I said? This is a dream. Once you wake up from a dream, you forget what happened, right? She was stubborn and bullheaded. I would never be able to forget her. But I still remember the nightmares I had when I was a little kid. Who are you calling a nightmare? It was all I could do to keep from breaking down. But that was probably the same for her. Anyway, forget about me. Forget about what happened today and everything that came before. That's what I want. She turned around, stuck out her pinky finger. She forced it around mine. It's a pinky promise. Lion will stab an electrode into your hippocampus, got it? Alright, Kurisu. Damn. That doesn't rhyme at all. Shut up. Her hand moved away from mine. Her gaze looked away from me. Would you like some Fonzie sauce? Stop it. It was almost time to say goodbye. She was sending a message to the past. I knew it was the right thing to do. I knew this is what she wanted. But still.
Kurisu.
Kurisu Okabe. I can't say both words at the same time, I'm afraid. I'm not that talented. Our voices overlapped. What is it? You first. It's nothing. I just wanted to say it out loud. The name of the person I cared for. What a coincidence. So did I. The name of the person I loved. Hey, do you remember when we first met? You mean the very, very first time, or
忘れられる
Of
わけ
course
が
I
ない
do. You made a hell of a
何し
first
ろ強烈だっ
impression.
たからな。
それを言うならあん
So
たの
did
方
you.
こそ。ほんと、
Really?
あの時
I
は
never
まさか
thought things would end up
こ
like
んな風にな
this.
るなんて思ってもみなかったわ。まさか
I never thought that encounter would lead to
こんなにも。
to meeting someone so important to me. Not that I'd say it now.
まったくだな。
That's right. I couldn't say it, but
でも
but
言っ
just
と
so
く
you
けど、
know, you're only allowed to remember our
私たちの
meeting
出会い
right
も
now,
覚えてていいのは今のうちだからな。
even for a little.
世界線が戻ったら
Once the world line goes back,
忘れなきゃい
you
けな
have
い
to
んだからな。
forget. Even just for a second.
分かってるよ。
I know. Just for an instant.
うん、
Hmm.
そんなに簡
So
単
you're
に
going
忘
to
れられるん
forget
だ。
me, just like that. Like the first time, the canon first time, the current first time, the first time Okabe currently understands is the canon first time, yeah, exactly. Though, like, why, it's killing me. Okabe, why don't you tell her that apparently in the beta world, like, you're the one that kills her? Because I feel like that would change the dynamic here, just a little bit. Just enough, just talk about the details, would, like, anyways. So you're going to forget me just like that. If it would last just a little longer.
お前が言い出したこ
This
とだ
was
ろ。
your idea. Her voice.
そうだけど、
That's true, but it still pisses me off to hear you just say it like it was
それ
nothing.
はそれでムカつく。
And the way she moved.
忘れろと言ったり。
First you want me to forget, then you want me to not forget. Which is it?
一体どっちなんだ。
Her smile. It's a joke.
冗
I'm
談。
just kidding.
嘘よ。
Huh. You're not good at lying, Kurisu.
なんだ。
No. It's a joke.
嘘なのか。
そう、
Yeah,
嘘。
just a joke. Just a little longer so that I could remember it all. Yeah, I don't think it would change Kurisu's decision, but yeah, because I feel like this Kurisu, like, she definitely knows about, like, all the things that Iz went through, at least enough. So, like, why not give her more info about what it's like on the Beta World line? Why not mention Amadeus? Because, like, he is mentally ill, though, so understandable, I guess. But I was out of time.
岡部、
Okabe.
それじゃあ、
Bye.
Eh.
Those words were the sign that the magic was over.
あ
Yeah. There were a million things I wanted to say, but I stopped myself. Kurisu smiled, satisfied, and turned back toward the phone wave. She probably already had the message ready. The phone wave started to boom and crackle like thunder. It was a long, long countdown. The whole time, Kurisu faced away from me, and I just watched. The noise got louder. The countdown continued, and then it was time.
岡部、
Okabe, it's time to wake up. Kurisu turned around with a big smile on her face. Her voice was cut off by the roar. And then I woke up from my short dream. Color gradually returned to my blacked out vision. We gonna keep jumping back and forth, aren't we? I don't think so, to be honest. The lab started to come back into focus. I could tell immediately that the world line had changed. I could still see Kurisu when I closed my eyes. But she wasn't in the development room anymore. It was like the whole thing had been a daydream. It felt like I'd been caught in the boundary between dreaming and wakefulness. Yeah, portal music time. Yeah, time. Yeah, so funny, spooky. And I was back. Back to a world without Kurisu. This wasn't the alpha world line. There was no point in even bothering to check. A moment ago, only Kurisu and I had been in this room. A moment ago. Oh wait, I already read that. I thought I clicked, I guess not. Now everyone was here.
Okari,
Okari,
どうしたの?
what's wrong?
具合悪い?
Are you sick?
いや
No,
大丈夫
I'm
だ
fine. My hurting.
お薬飲み
Want
ます
some
か?
medicine?
平気だよ
I'm fine.
心配
No
ない
need to worry. Nikoko. And
本当に?
really?
無理しち
You
ゃダ
shouldn't
メだ
push
よ.
yourself. Kagari Shina. If my Yuri and Kagari were here, that meant I was back to the beta world line.
ちょっと
I'm just a
腹
little
が減っただけ
hungry.
だ
I haven't eaten
朝
anything
から
all
何
day.
も食べてなくてな
Yeah, I guess it is as fine as he could be given the circumstances, but the circumstances aren't very great, so the bar is very low for that one.
もう
Come on,
おかりんさんなら
Okarin.
ダメだ
You
よ.
need to eat or you won't get big like Uncle Daru.
ダルおじさんみた
I
いに
don't
大き
think
くな
that
れ
is
な
a
い
goal
よ.
to strive for. No offense, Daru.
ああなるくらい
I'd
な
rather skip a meal than
一
end up
食抜い
like
た方が
him.
マシだよ
Okay, that is bad thinking, but... Huh.
だったら
Okay,
マ
I
ユ
guess
シ
she
が
will
何
make
か作ってあ
something
げるよ.
then.
え? ママ
You
が
will?
作れるの?
Mama? Can you? So Kagari has her memories?
もう
Oh,
ちゃんまで
Kagari.
そういうこ
Not
と
you
言うんだ
too.
からこれでもね
Yuki's been
最近
teaching
は
me
ユ
to
キさんに
things
お料理
lately.
教えてもらってるんだよあ、じゃあ
Okay,
僕が手
then
伝うか
I'll
ら
help too.
待ってくれ
Wait,
あ
huh?
すみませ
So
ん
sorry.
僕
Should I not help?
手伝わない方が
No,
いい
no,
で
it's
すか
not you, Yuka. I promise, it's not you, boyo. Pat, pat, pat.
いや
No,
So
that's
janai.
not it. That's not it
そう
at
じゃない
all.
んだ
I looked around at everyone and then back at Kagari.
かがりさん
Miss Shino. Why didn't they just say Kagari when... Translations, please. Subtitles. He clearly said Kagari.
やだな
Aw,
おかりんさん
Okarin. I said you could just call me Kagari.
かがりでいいって言ってるのに
No honorifics needed. Something was different. No shit. She has her fucking memories.
じゃあ
Okay,
Kagari.
Kagari.
さっき
Can I ask what you were calling
まゆ
Mayuri?
りのことをなんて呼んでたか聞いてもいい
Hmm?
なんて
I called her mommy.
ママだよ
Mama dayo. Mama dayo. Why?
どうして
Because Mayuri's the adoptive mother?
どうしても何も
Why? Because she's my
ママだ
mama.
もん
Right, mama?
ママ
It's kind of embarrassing to hear that.
ちょっと照れちゃうな
Well, at least she knows. I don't know. I don't know what to think of all of this. I felt vaguely dizzy watching Mayuri fidget in embarrassment. I mean,
知ってるのか二人とも
do the two of you know that your mother
未
and
来の
daughter
世
in the
界で
future?
親子だってことを
Huh?
かが
You're
り
the
ちゃ
one
ん
who
のこ
told
と
me
は
about her.
おかりんが教えてくれたんだよ
俺が
I did? That's
本
right.
当のことを
You
知
said
っ
it'd
て
be
お
better
いた
to know
方が
the
いい
truth,
って
right?
ね
Don't just spill the beans as if you know what's going on. I mean,
ね
yep. Did I really tell them? Did I tell them something so important?
じゃあ
Then does Lukako also...
ごめんなさい
I'm sorry.
僕
I didn't mean to listen
聞くつ
in,
もりはなか
but
っ
I
たんで
heard
す
it
けど
anyway.
耳に入ってしまって
It's okay, Lukako. That It would be funny if that's how they found out, I'm not gonna lie. Nikoko lowered his head in apology.
で
Oh,
も
but
大丈
don't
夫です
worry. I haven't
他
told
の人には
anyone,
言ってません
and
し僕
being able to
ちょっとだ
share
け
in
嬉しかったん
everyone's
です
secrets kind of made me feel
本
happy.
当は直
I
接
would have
教
been
えても
happy
らえ
if
れ
you
ば
told
よ
me
かったんです
directly,
けど
but even Lukoko knew about Mayuri and Kaguri, which meant that, of course.
でも
Still,
驚きました
I was really surprised.
タイム
I
マ
thought
シン
the
とか
time machine was
未
only
来とか
fiction. I had no
お
idea
話
you
の
could
世
make
界
it
のものだっ
real.
て思ってたんですけど実現できるなんて
He knew about the time machine. Evidently, it hadn't simply come straight back from the Alpha world line. Obviously. It was in a world line slightly different from the one I'd been in before. The divergence meter I'd used before was gone now. That meant I didn't have a precise number, but this all felt very different. The problem was finding out what was the same as the old world line and what was different.
かがり
Kaguri,
もう
can
少
I
し
ask some more
質
questions?
問させてほしい。
何
What is it? I showered Kaguri with questions in an effort to find out what was going on. Here's what I learned. First, Kaguri retained her memories of her childhood, in other words, of the year 2036. She knew Mayuri, Daru, Suzaha, and also Ferris and Lukako. But as for what the world of 2036 was like, and how she'd become Mayuri's daughter, she hadn't told them the details about that. Fortunately, they hadn't seemed interested in knowing about their futures. Everyone always thinks they'd want to know what their future holds. But when the chance finally comes, fear outweighs your curiosity. The future wasn't always a happy thing. Knowing the future might destroy your dreams. It might be a death sentence, like it was for me. Some people would lose all sense of meaning in their lives if they knew they were inevitably going to be in a war in which 5 billion people died.
それじゃあ
Then it was definitely your
ここに来た
staying
の
at
は
Lukako's that brought
ル
you
カ子の家に居
here,
候
right?
したのがきっかけで間違いないな。
Yep.
て
And
い
it
う
was you
か
who brought me
モ
and
カリンさん
Mama
がマ
together.
マと引き合わせて
Mokarin.
くれたんだよ
Don't you remember?
覚えてないの
Obviously not.
いや、
Right.
そういうわけじゃないんだ
I
が
just thought I'd double check.
一
you
応
know.
確かめておこうと思ってな。
Stop trying to lie, dude.
一応ね
Double check, huh?
変なオカ
You're
リンさ
acting
ん
weird, Okarin. Kaguri going missing had happened almost exactly as I remembered it. The same was true of how she came to us. And
行方不明になっていた間
you don't
は
remember anything about what you were doing while you were missing?
全然覚えていないのか。
うん
Nope,
綺
not
麗
a
さっ
thing.
ぱり
The first thing I can remember is
Hotel
lying on a
de
bed in a
Nakazarete-ta.
temple. She was still missing some of her memories too. In other words, in this world line, the only memories she had were of her childhood and the last few weeks since she'd woken up in the Chiba Mountains. The most important part was still missing. Was there anything else I needed to ask? I was staring at the floor trying to think when I realized that something was missing.
床が
The floor is
綺麗だ。
clean.
さっき
I
岡部
cleaned
さん
up
が来
before
る
you
前に
came.
掃除しておきました
いや、そ
No,
うじゃなく
that's
て
not it. Wasn't there a
床に
little
小
hole
さ
in
な
the
穴が
floor?
開いてたはずなんだが。
床に
A
穴
hole in the floor.
ですか
The lab had been attacked just last night. During the attack, one of their bullets had left a dark hole in the floor.
穴なんて開いてた
Was
か
there a hole there?
な
I don't
な
think
かった
so.
と思うけど
ちなみに
By the
お前
way,
たち昨日は その
how was yesterday?
どうだった？
昨日のパーティ
The
ーの
party. It was a lot of fun.
すごく楽しかったよあんなに楽しか
I've
ったの
never had so much fun
私
in my
初めて
life.
だった
They wouldn't say that if there had been an attack. Which one that attack had never taken place? Was no one after Kaguri in this world? No, it was too early to assume that. I still didn't know what had happened when she'd gone missing. Until I did. I couldn't say for sure if she was safe. Just like how sometimes Mayuri's death would occur on different days in the Alpha World line, I didn't mean to click that. Rereading. Just like how sometimes Maori death would occur on different days in the Alpha World line, the same thing might happen just a few days later. In fact, it would be better to be cautious.
またみんなで
I hope we can all
パー
have
ティー
another
したいね
party again soon.
その時は
When we do,
僕も
I'll
何
make
か作るよ
something.
私も
Me too.
私も
I'll
手伝う
help. They all started happily talking about last night's party. At first glance, it was a peaceful scene. But something sinister might be happening, and I just didn't know it. No, I knew something had to be happening. The fact that the world line was changing was proof. Why had it changed anyway? Well, everyone is up to speed on the time machine. Explain why you're acting weird, Okabe. True. But at the same time, he doesn't know exactly all that they know just because they know the time machine exists. Like, you know. Also, where's Suzuha? I feel like Suzuha would probably be the best person to ask. I thought back to the events of that night. First, someone had taken over Amadeus. Kurisu had called me and asked for help. The world line had changed right after I'd answered, which meant that the key was Amadeus. Did Amadeus have something to do with their world line change? And what about the group who detected Kaguri? Was it all connected? Maybe I needed to find out.
ところで
By the way,
かがり
Kaguri,
ちゃん
are you
時
okay
間
on
大丈夫
time?
あ
No,
いけ
no,
ない
break time's
休
over.
憩時間
The
終わ
owner's
って
gonna
た
get mad at
店
me.
長に怒られちゃう
店長
The owner.
ということは
Do you have a job?
バイトしてるのか。
そうだよ
That's right.
下の
I'm
ブラ
working
ウ
in the
ン管
Brawn
工
workshop
房で
downstairs.
で
Wait,
この
I
前
already
言った
told
じ
you
ゃん
this. Weren't you the one that... Whatever.
そう
I
だったか。
see. In the old world line, Kaguri had started working for Tenochi after the attack. This was another difference.
もう
Jeez,
今日のオカ
you're
リ
so
ンさ
out
ん
of
は
it
ボケ
today,
ボケだ
Okarin.
ね
Get a
し
hold
っ
of
かりしてよ
yourself. Listen, it's not that easy.
すまない。
Sorry. Kaguri hopped up and skipped out of the room. Her words and mannerism were much more childish than they'd been in the last world line.
アルバイト
Work hard, okay?
はーいそれじゃ
Okay,
行ってき
bye.
ます
かがり戻る
Kaguri,
前に
let me ask one more thing
もう一
before
つ
you
だけ
go.
聞かせてくれ。
I asked one final question to Kaguri, who was now giving a crisp salute.
アマデウス
Does
と
the
いう
word
言葉を聞いて
Amadeus mean anything to you?
何か思い当たることはないか。
アマテウス
Amadeus? Kaguri seemed to think for a moment.
ね
No,
ごめん
nothing.
わかんないや
そうか。
I see. She didn't look like she was lying or being sarcastic. She must really not have known. I watched her leave the lab, then took out my phone. There was another thing I needed to check. What was happening with Amadeus? I looked for the icon on my screen. Amadeus. The AI that held Kurisu Makise's personality and memories. And the application which started the program. But the program was gone.
悪かったな。
Sorry to
こんなところ
call
に
you
呼び
out
出して
here. Okay. I just want to take a peek. Okay, the contacts haven't changed. So that's good, I guess. Line's empty. Alright.
別に構わない
It's
わ
fine. I just
ち
happened
ょう
to be
ど近くまで
nearby.
来てたから
After seeing the icon missing on my phone, I'd contacted Maho immediately. My goal, of course, was to see what was going on with Amadeus in this world. And I had to find out.
で話って
So what did you want to talk about?
アマデウスのこと
It's
だ。
about Amadeus. What? Maho's eyes suddenly went wide. Her reaction surprised me as well. I simply said the word Amadeus.
あなた
How do you
どうして知ってる
know? Oh dear.
どうしてって
What do you mean?
どういうことだ。
How do you know about Amadeus? That program was put on hold last summer after Kurisu's death. Interesting.
凍結
Amadeus was put on hold?
アマデ凍結ってことは
You mean the project itself was shut
プロジェクト
down?
自体打ち切られたってことか
Yeah, that's right. She clenched her fists in anger. It seemed the change in this world line was a big one. Now, answer my question. How did you know about Amadeus? Because...
それは
Should I tell her about the world lines and attractor field theory?
クリスから聞いたんだよ
Kurisu told me that someone at her lab was doing work on it.
そういう研究をしてるって
Yeah, that's the option that I would have picked if I could pick those type of choices in this game.
クリスが
Kurisu told you about
あ
it?
の子
That?
あなたにそんな話までしていたのね
I decided that it wasn't the time to tell her. If I tried to explain everything, I had to tell her about demon the time machine. Maho didn't seem to know about all that yet. I can imagine what she'd do if she heard the truth. She was yet another one of those people who were entranced by the possibilities of science.
なあアマデ
Can
ウ
you
ス
tell
が
me a
凍結
little
された
more
っていう
about
話
how the project was shut
もう
down?
少し詳しく
What was
教え
the
てくれないか
reason?
理由はな
なんでも
Evidently,
外部団体か
there's
ら
a
クレ
complaint
ームが
from an
入ったんですっ
outside
て
group
人の記憶を人
creating
工
an
知能に
artificial
持たせるのは
intelligence with human memories is no different than making a copy of a human, they say.
神
It's
の
something
み
that
に
only
許さ
God
れる
is
所業
allowed
だ
to
って
do.
欧米って
A lot of people in
自分た
Europe
ち
and
の価値観
America
で
like
物
to
を言う
push
人
their
が
own
多い
values
の
on
ね
others, especially in
特に
delicate matters like
そういう
these.
デリケートな部分は
理由はそれ
Is
だ
that
け
the
なのか
only reason?
え
Yep.
え少なくとも
At least as far as
私
I've
はそう
heard,
聞いてるわ
the professor and the rest of the team were really mad when they heard the research was being shut down.
教授たちも随分怒ってた
The Amadeus program was stopped, and I have a text. A Rhine message. Okabe, there's something I want you to tell me. Shouldn't you ask your dad? Hello? What kind of response is that? You okay with asking me? Ask Mayuri? What are these answers? You okay with asking me, dear Lukako? Yes, I think you can give me good advice. I'm not sure about that, but what's up, buddy? I don't want you expecting too much. What kind of gift do you think a father would enjoy? I don't know. Do I look like a father to you, Lukako? Your father, huh? I think the darkness with him goes very deep. Huh? The darkness? Oh, you know, darkness, black, black handkerchief? Maybe that would be a good idea. Maybe, yeah. A handkerchief. Great, I'll do that. But why black? I think your dad probably likes black. For real. Thank you. Nyarigato. Thank you, Okabe. I appreciate him stopping himself from going the lewd route. Given it's like, wait, I'm talking to Lukako. How to cover this? Amazing. Anyways, the Amadeus program was stopped. Did that have something to do with the world line change too? Wait. So how did I meet Maho? We originally met at the Amadeus seminar. If that never happened.
どうしたの
What's wrong?
あ
Oh,
いや
I was just
その
remembering how we met.
思い出してたんだ君と出会った時
あ
Oh, yeah.
あ、あの時のこ
That
と
was quite the coincidence.
ああいう偶
wasn't
然っ
it?
てあるのね
I asked a few more questions, taking care not to ruse her suspicions. I managed to learn the basic story. Oh, I really wanted to see the place where Kurisu had died. Okay. When she finally went to the radio building, she'd run into me.
オカルト的な考
I
え
hate to
方っ
say
て大
this
嫌いだけ
because
ど
it sounds so unscientific,
でも
but I like to think that it was
あなたと
karma
出会えた
and
の
that
は
Kurisu brought the two of us
クリス
together.
が繋いでくれた縁なのかもしれないわね
I mean, in a way. Hang on. We were hanging on for an SOS, minor emergency. That's what. Anyways, yeah, fate, karma. Karma, or perhaps another example of attractor field convergence. True, there's that too. It had already been decided that Maho and I would meet here in Akihabara. But was there some meaning in that? Oh right, tell Mayuri and the others I said hi. That last night was a lot of fun. Sure. Evidently she'd gone to last night's party in this world line too. It's given me some good memories of Japan. Good memories. You're leaving? Not immediately. Remember what I said? I'm taking over Kurisu's research. We can't stay on vacation in Japan forever. I guess. I see. But still, she was only in Japan for another 10 days. I hoped nothing would happen during that time. God fucking... Yeah, I hope not too. Amadeus had been shut down and no longer existed. No longer would I hear Kurisu's voice. After I said goodbye to Maho, what that meant really started to sink in. I could still feel Kurisu's warmth in my chest. Her smell. All the feelings I tried to forget were coming back now that I'd seen her. No one will ever be happy in that world line. Everyone will be miserable. That's what she had said. I knew that. That's why I decided to stay here. But that didn't mean I couldn't erase the sense of loss I felt reading. Man, what's with Okobe and almost bagging American genius tsunder that need to leave Japan in less than a dozen days? So true. So true. I have no answer, though. I went back to the lab to get all of this together in my head. The cause of the attack in the last world line was Kaguri. and there was a good chance that Amadeus was involved in the world line change that took place afterward. But in this world line, the lab had never been attacked, and the Amadeus project had been cancelled while it was still in the research stage. That meant that two major factors in the events that had occurred so far no longer existed. If they were gone, maybe there was no need to worry too much. But even so, there was still a tiny alarm going off in the back of my mind. Why had Amadeus been shut down? What happened to Kaguri's missing memories? If nothing else, I might need to learn the answers to those two questions. I thought for a while, then took out my phone and booted up the Line application. Change of perspective. Well, I guess we're not knowing what he was gonna do online. Kaguri Shina felt happier and more fulfilled than the people around her thought she was. The long bun. Oh my god, so true. God damn it, I need that. That's so cute. 10 out of 10. I like the little piggy bank. And the frog. The frog. Anyways. She felt happier and more fulfilled than the people around her thought she was. Her memories were missing. All she had now were memories of when she was young. She had gone to the past when she was 10, and then gotten separated from Suzuha. Her memories afterward were a total blank, with the exception of the last few weeks. Her oldest memories after her childhood were of the calling she saw when she woke up. Or the ceiling, not calling. I'm so good at reading. It was the ceiling of an old temple, with stains here and there that looked like faces. She remembered being a little scared. Shortly after that, she was given to Yanabayashi Shrine.
Kagari-san?
Kaguri, would you like some tea? Oh, yeah. Thanks, Luca. Okay, I'll put some on. That was when she'd met Luca Urashibata. At the time, she hadn't realized that she already knew him. The cactus is hilarious, juxtaposed with the otherwise almost stereotypical Japanese room. Yeah, it's just kinda there. Luca Urashibata was a good friend of her adopted mother, Mayuri Shina. He'd played with her a lot when they were kids. When she was younger, she'd always thought he was a woman. I mean, to Kaguri's young eyes, he'd been a strong grown-up woman. At the time, she'd always wondered why Suzuha called him Big Brother Luca. I'm sad that he doesn't have a future where he comes out, you know? Never realizes. That's kinda sad, not gonna fucking lie. Here you are. Yeah, screams and Luca ending. Thank you. But the Luca in front of her now was far younger than the one she had known. He looked like a very pretty girl. And not nearly as strong. She'd only realized that he was the Luca Urashibata she knew after meeting her mother. This tea tastes a little different. It's rosemary tea. It's supposed to help you concentrate and improve your memory. I had Ferris give me some. Improving your memory and finding lost memories seemed like totally different things to her, but she didn't say so. Just the thought made her very happy. Luca, Mama Mayuri, and the rest of Okabe's friends were all trying to help her get her memories back. It would probably make most people nervous not having their memories. It would be hard not knowing what you'd experienced. But to be honest, Kaguri didn't think she needed to remember. Sometimes it seemed like a memory was about to come back. Each time her mind would roar with a sense of fear and anxiety. Was it not very good? Nika saw that she'd only taken a sip and stopped, and he seemed worried. Oh, no. That's not true. It's good. I was just thinking. Thinking. Yep, but it's nothing. She took a sip of tea, hoping to change the subject. Anyway, Luca, are you really a boy? Everyone else said he was. But still, it just didn't seem right to her. I am. Yeah. Come on. Tell her how you really feel about your gender. Come on. You really look more like a girl, though. I don't know what to say to that. I know. Hey, why don't we take a bath tomorrow? Huh? What? Agreed. They'll know if you're really a boy or not. Kagari. No, he can't. Why not? But because I can't take a bath with a girl. Yeah, Kagari's totally not based. Didn't you take baths with your sister? Yes, but that's when I was little. Kagari. Sorry. It was a joke. You're so cute. I felt like I had to tease you. Aw. But if you responded that way, it means you really are a boy. That are very well mannered. That's what I've been saying. Even when he was upset, he still looked like a girl, she thought. As you can see, there are dozens of different dishes available, and they're all you can eat. Oh boy. The TV screen had been showing all kinds of delicious food. Wow. The sight of it almost moved her to tears. This time is so wonderful. It's so different than the world I know. Is it? What's the future like? I'm not quite sure you want to know, Lukako. Do you want to know? I'm so confused what you're talking about, Spooky. Are you on the correct chat? Luca looked a little uncertain. And even though she'd asked, Kagari wasn't certain she should tell him. The future she knew was filled with despair. Everyone struggled desperately to stay alive, hoping that tomorrow would somehow be better. Well, come on in, Catman. Let me go ahead and give you a shout out. Catman me boy me Bob. It's saying that you're a raider from Catman Antics. I guess you left and came back, Spooky. Anyways. Hi, Mr. Krabs. Oh boy. How was your stream, Catman? I hope you had a good stream. Let me struggle and fail to type shoutouts. I typoed so hard. I am so sorry. I mean, I never left to streams. I just put it on mute. Catme, listen, it's hard to type on my iPad. There we go. Average cat antics. Oh dear. But anyways, I hope you had a good stream. I hope you had good cat cam. I'm sorry I wasn't present for most of it. There we go. But anyways, you finished episode 3? Nice. But to those of you who have come with Catman, which I don't think, I'm pretty sure it's just you two, to be honest. But I will give my usual spiel anyways. My name is Sakura. I'm a variety streamer focusing mostly on anime-related content. And today we are currently playing Steins, where everything is totally fine and okay, and no one has died. Totally. You're getting tired like halfway through, so you're rushing it. Oh dear. Are you gonna stay up for a bit longer, or are you gonna head to bed? Hello, Relix. Welcome on in. It's the future, Amazing. Kind of funnily, Luca here has been asking Kagari about what the future is like, and is like, maybe I shouldn't. So, you'll be on for a bit? Alright. How goes Steins Gate? It is totally fine and not totally painful at all, yeah. Everything's fine and happy. Nothing goes wrong at all. Great first sentence to say after saying that. If they knew there was no hope, how would they survive?
やっぱりやめておきま
I
す
don't think I do. Kagari sighed in relief.
その方がいいよ
You're better off that
だって
way. The
未
future
来
can be
は変えられ
changed.
るものだから
So it can. So it can. Mm-hmm.
未来は変え
The
られ
future
る
can be changed.
マ
Yeah,
マがね
that's what Mom
そう言っ
said.
てた
She said it could be
きっと
changed.
変えられる
She said he'd
変えて
change
くれ
it.
るって
Hmm.
変えて
He'd change
くれる
it. Yep. Good old Okabe Rintaro. That's what Mayuri had always told Kagari. That was her tiny light of hope.
んとね
Hmm.
なんだっ
What
けな
was it?
シュタイン
Steins.
な
What?
んとかって
You're so close.
シュタインズゲート
Steins Gate?
ですかそう
Yes,
それ
that's it.
それは
Mama
必
said
ず
she
あ
knew
る
it
っ
was
て
real.
ママは言ってたって言いながら
But I
そ
don't
れが
really
何
know
なの
what
か
it was,
私も
what
よ
it
くわ
is.
からないんだけど
Steins Gate. To be honest, Kagari didn't know exactly what that meant. But each time Mayuri said it, Kagari had felt warmth in her heart. Someone would come to lead them to Steins Gate. When she thought about that, it gave her hope.
さてそれでは
And now
次
for
の
our
特
next
集です
report.
今世界で
Did you know
記憶
that
の
memory
再生技術に
restoration
関する
technology is
研
being
究が進められ
studied
ている
around
の
the
は
globe?
ご存知でしょうか今日は
Today we
そ
have
の
a
最先
special
端を
report
走
on
る
an American
あるアメリカ
university
の
that's
大
at the
学の
cutting
特集
edge
で
of
す
this research. I wonder which one that is. The news had finished its food report and had already switched to another topic. Now it was showing a college campus covered in greenery. It was a wide open space that clearly wasn't Japanese. The second she saw it, she suddenly felt dizzy. This is Victor Kondria University. It may seem like another college campus. Just like another college campus. I can't read. But there's a major production going on here right now. The discussion became more technical. It was far beyond what Kagari, who had only had her memories as a child, could understand. But...
チャンネル
should I
変えましょう
change
か
the channel?
待って
Oh wait. Kagari stopped him before he could get to the remote.
カガリさん
Kagari,
わかるんですか
do you understand this?
うん
Yeah, they're talking about how the brain works,
記
and
憶
whether you
を
can
捏
make
造
false
することはで
memories.
きるかっていう話へ
Wow,
え
that's
すごい
amazing.
ですね
It was too
僕に
complicated
は
for me.
難しくて何が何だか
She suddenly found herself easily understanding what was being said. Why? How? How could she understand this?
そうそん
Yeah,
なに難しい
It's not
話
that
じゃないよ
complicated.
記憶は脳の
Memories are
中の
controlled by
海
a
馬って
part of
い
the
うと
brain
ころが
called the
司ってるんだけ
hippocampus.
ど
There's a
そ
special
の中
part
に
of the hippocampus
市場
called
界
the
って呼ばれるところがあるのね
dentata. That's probably wrong, but I want to keep reading as dentata. Granule-shaped cells found near the hippocampal gyrus. Anatomy treats them as distinct from the hippocampus, but the field of neurology often uses the term hippocampus to refer to both of them. Recent research has revealed that neurogenesis occurring in the gyrus dentatus plays an important role in forgetting things. I see. Dentatus. Ta-da-da. I don't know. She was surprised at what she was saying, but the words kept coming anyway. When new nerve cells are constructed there, they cause existing neurological pathways to reorganize. That's what makes you forget things. And so when the study team did experiments on mice, they saw false memories created. Oh look, that room in the back. That's where they do the mice experiments and stuff. Kagari, are you familiar with this university? Huh? She suddenly realized that Luca was looking confused. I mean, you seem to know a lot about it. The TV was showing something that looked like a lab. The camera went toward the back of the room. A white door was opened that led to the next room. After seeing the results of the experiments on mice performed here, the research team... Gee, I wonder where we've seen that lab before. Yeah, big mystery. No, I don't. But just now... That's right, she wasn't familiar with it. She didn't know anything about any place like this. But... I don't know. I don't know, but... For some reason, it suddenly feels like I do. There was suddenly a piercing pain in the back of her head. It felt like the beginning of something terrifying. She suddenly felt very nervous. Back to Okabe. Listen, I'm not doing it because you asked me to. Just don't forget that. Thank you. This morning I got to Noji and asked him to protect Kaguri if something happened. That meant I had to talk to him about his role as a rounder again. And I had to tell him that Kaguri was caught up in something big too. But since this was the second time I had that conversation, I was able to make it go a little smoother. That was only relative to the first time though. I never wanted to ask him for anything like this ever again. So, Okabe, what the hell are you people involved in? I stopped myself. You can't say, huh? You asked me for a favor, but you won't say anything. I'm sorry. That's good, though. Information is your final trump card. If you had just come out and told me, I would have called this whole thing off. Fair enough, I guess. Anyway, just be careful. Thanks. Thanks, Dad. Thank you, sir. I get it. Don't be so polite. That makes it so damn hard to deal with you. Yeah, it's like, what is this man acting with the, like, freaking manners? Where did he get that from? Go back to being impolite. I bowed to him once more anyway and left the bronze workshop. I managed to get to Noji's help. And this morning, I got another person on my side as well. Moeka Kiryu. She was a lot easier than Tanoji. I checked with Daru last night. I found that just like in the old world line, we'd hired her to find out more about Kaguri. All I had to do was ask her to keep looking into what Kaguri had been doing before she'd come to this town. Now I'd done everything I could in case something happened. All that was left was to pray that nothing did. I got back to the lab where Lukako was waiting. Okay, but where's Suzuha? Good question. Probably doing Suzuha things? I don't know. He had a very serious look on his face, and he said he needed to talk to me.
実は
And there's something
かがりさ
bothering
んの
me
記
about
憶のことで
Kagari's memories.
気になることがあって。
かがりの
Kagari's memories.
とは言っても、
But I don't know
これ
if it will
が
help
記憶を
bring
取り
them
戻すこ
back.
とにつながるかどうかはわからない。
構わない。
That's fine.
気になることが
If
あるな
something's bothering you,
話してくれ。
just tell me.
はい。
Okay. Lucas started to fidget and rub his knees together. Then he looked up at me and slowly opened his mouth. Way off topic, but your parents are going out of town tomorrow. Your dad's trying to get out of it. Oh dear. Last night, they were doing a special on memory research on TV. It was about an American
アメリカの
university.
大学で行われているものだったんですけど、それを見ていた
When
かがり
Kagari
さん
saw it, she acted like she recognized
そ
the
の学校
school,
を知っているような口ぶりだったんです。
アメリカの
an
大学
American college.
ど
Which
この大
one?
学だ
It
な
had
んだ
a
か
really complicated
難しい
name.
名
I
前の
think
学
it
校で、
was Victor
確か
Condor.
ビクトル・コントル
So close yet so far.
ビクトル・コンドリア大学
Victor Condor University.
あ、そ
Oh,
うです。
that's right.
その
That's
学
the
校です。
place. Victor Condor University. That was where Kurisu had studied. Kagari knew Victor Condria? If that was true, then how? The most obvious possibility was that she went there too. But how would a kid who went missing in Japan go to an American school? And one of the best at that. Of course it wasn't impossible, but
どうでしょう。
what do you
何
think?
か
Is this
手
a
がかり
clue?
になりそうでしょうか。
さすがに
I
それだ
can't
けじ
say
ゃ
anything just based off
な
of
んとも
that,
言えないが
but
そうですか。
I see. Nikaka's shoulders slumped in disappointment.
でも
But that doesn't
手
mean
がか
it's
りに
not
な
a
らないという
clue.
わけじゃない。
それじゃ
What?
あ
Then,
あ
yeah.
あ、
That's
確
worth
かめてみる
checking
必
out.
要はあるな。
改まってお話って何かな。
What did you want to talk to me about? The best way to find out was to talk to her directly. Kagari was just about to start work, and when she seemed put off by the fact that I'd suddenly asked her to speak to her.
話はちょっと待っ
Can
てく
you
れるか。
wait just a second?
もう一人呼
I've
んであ
asked
るんだ
another person to join us. Is it Maho? Is it Maho? Please be Maho.
もう一人
Another person. I didn't know a lot about Victor Condrio myself. I could ask Kagari what she knew about the school, but I couldn't tell her if information was accurate or not. There was a better person she could ask. Someone who should be here any minute.
お邪魔します。
Excuse me, Maho, the small. The best way to find out about the school was to ask someone who actually went there. In fact, Maho was to this day a part of their brain science lab.
マホさん。
Maho,
こんにち
hello.
は。はい。
Hi, how have you been? Maho still didn't know what Kagari was. Still didn't know that Kagari was from the future. I have to keep her from finding out.
それにしても
You know,
本
she
当
really
にクリ
does
スに
look
似て
like
るわよね。
Kurisu. I mean, shush about that right now. Maho stared at Kagari, then whispered so that only I could hear. It made sense. I had been surprised myself. I started by explaining to Maho why I had brought her here.
じゃあ何？
So what? You
つま
think
り
she might have
彼
gone
女
to
が
my
うちの
school?
学校にいたかもしれないっていうの？ちょっと待って。
Wait a
そん
second.
なこと言われて
I
も
don't know
私
anything about this
その
Victor
なん
Conjo
とか
What's Its
トルコリア
place.
大学なんて知らないよ。
Conjo What's It. I love that.
ビクトル・コンドリア
Victor
大学。
Condria University.
ほらね。
See? I
名
didn't
前
even
だっ
remember
てちゃ
the
んと覚
name.
えてないんだもん。
You were pretty close though.
でも
But yesterday you
昨日
acted
は知ってい
like
る
you
様子だったんだろ？
recognized it.
ルカ
Right,
子
Lukako?
あ、はい。
Yeah.
奥に
You
あ
said
る部
they
屋
did
で
mice
ネ
experiments
ズ
in the
ミさん
back
を使っ
room.
た実験を行っているって。
The Victor Condra What's It is the powerhouse of the cell. So true, so true.
そしたら
And then after that, they actually showed the experiments in that room.
実験の様子が映って。
かがりは
Do you remember
その
that,
ことは
Kagari?
覚えてな
I
い。
don't. I couldn't imagine Lukako would lie, or that there would be any point to him doing so. But the same was true for Kagari too.
漆原さん、
Urishibata.
その研究室
Do you remember where
ど
that
こだっ
lab
たかわ
was?
かる？
I don't know the
詳しくはわ
details,
からないんですけ
but
ど
they said they were doing research on
脳とか
memories
記
and the
憶とか
brain,
そんな研究をしているって言ってました。ということは
which means it might
も
have
しか
been
す
the
ると
brain science
脳
lab.
科学研究所かもしれないわね。
The brain science lab. That was where.
私が所属している
That's
ところ
where I work. And also where Kurisu worked too.
それじゃあ
The
もしかしたら
Kaguri may have met
かがり
you
は
and
ヒアジ
Kurisu.
ョーさんやクリスと会っていたかもしれないということか。
あくまでも家
It's
庭
just
の
a
話よ。
possibility.
脳科学を研究してい
There's
る
more
と
than
ころ
one
は
place
一
that
つじゃないし
researches brain science.
私のいるところだって
It's not just grad
陰性だけじゃ
students
な
where I
く
work.
一般の研究者
There are a
も
lot
た
of
くさん
regular
出入りしてるも
scientists
の。
too.
私だって
Even
研
I
究所
haven't
にい
met
る人
everyone
間
at the
全員と
lab,
顔を合わせたわけじゃないわ。ただ
but
同じ
if I
日
saw
本
another
人となる
Japanese
と
person there,
見かければ
I'm sure I'd
記憶には
remember
残って
that.
いるでしょうね。
Which meant she didn't remember it, which meant she probably hadn't met her.
ルカコ、
Lukako,
他に
was there anything
Kagari no
else about
ことで気にな
Kaguri
った
that
こと
you've
はないか？
noticed?
え
Kaguri sometimes knows
Kagari-san,
about things that are really
時々びっ
complicated.
くりするくらい難しいことを知って私だって
Hey, I know
難しい
some
ことくらい
complicated
知ってるもん。
things. Kaguri pouted. That was one expression that was totally different than Kurisu's.
例えば
For example,
えー
roses and
バラとか
depression.
憂鬱とか
Honorable try, Kaguri. Honorable try. Those were just words that were complicated to write in Japanese.
昨日はテレビで
They were doing a
記憶
special
の
on
捏
fake
造につ
memories
いて
last
放
night,
送していたんです
and
け
you
ど
seemed like you knew a lot
それ
about
も
it.
なんだか詳しそうでした記憶の捏
Fake
造ね
memories, huh? Yeah,
確かに
one of the teams
そ
is
の研
working
究を
on
している
that.
チームもいるわ
We went to talk to them one
私たちも
time.
一度話を聞かせてもらいに行ったもの
かがり、
Kaguri,
今その話は
can you
でき
talk
るのか？
about that now?
ね
I don't really know.
それが
Did I
よく
really
わから
talk
ない
about
の
that stuff?
私本当にそんなことを話してた話してましたよ
You did.
うーん
She put her hand between her eyebrows and thought. She really didn't remember, it seemed.
今までにこういう
Has
こと
this
は
happened a
よくあ
lot
った
before?
最近までは
Not that much
それほ
until
ど
recently.
この
It's
何
only
日かで
started
急
happening
に
over the last few days. I didn't know how Kaguri would know things about Victor Condria, but it clearly has something to do with her missing memories. If I followed the trail a little longer, I might learn some clues. It was possible. I might be able to bring back her memories. Suddenly, she started to moan in pain.
かがりさん
Kaguri,
どうしたんです
what's
か
wrong? My head
ちょっと
kind
頭
of
が痛いんですか
it hurts. Mikako was looking at her face, worried. Yeah,
ちょっぴり
just a bit.
少し横になるか？
Wanna lie down a little?
大丈夫
I'm fine.
少し話をせか
Maybe
せすぎ
this
た
is
かも
all
しれな
too
いな。
sudden.
そうね
That's
負
right.
担が大
We
きか
may
ったの
have
かも
put
し
too
れない
much
わね
stress on her. Maho was looking worried too.
本当に平気
Are you really okay?
う
Yeah.
大丈夫です
Thank
あ
you,
りがとう
senpai.
先輩だったらいいのだけど
I hope so. The conversation was so natural that Maho and I almost missed it.
おい、
Hey,
今
did she just...
うん
Yeah, she called me senpai. Huh?
かがり、
Kaguri,
君
We
今
just
確
called
かに
Hyajo senpai,
先輩って
right?
呼んだよな。ヒヤジョさん。
嘘。
No way.
私
I
そんな
didn't.
こと。いいえ。
No, you
間違いなく
definitely
言ったわ。
did. Rudy
漆原さ
Shibata,
ん、
you heard it too,
あなたも
right?
聞いていたわよね。
Yes. Senpai, the Japanese word used to address an older classmate or colleague. I just learned that Maho and Kaguri hadn't met at Victor Gondrio. Did that mean it was just a mistake? The sound of footsteps coming up the stairs distracted me. They were so heavy, there was no need to wonder who it was. I'm stressed whenever it's like, oh yeah, someone's coming up the stairs. And it's just Daru. Okay, I'll take Daru over tragedy anytime. No, he is a bit of a tragic case, but that's a different matter. Anyways, hey.
お邪魔してます。
Hello.
おう、真帆
Oh,
たんも
you're
来て
here,
たん
Maho-tan?
その呼び方は
Don't
や
call
め
me
て。
that.
足りるかな
Do I have enough? One, two, three. Hifumi. He ignored Maho's complaint and started to count the number of people in the room. There was some kind of paper bag in his hands.
よかった。
Okay,
大丈夫
I've
み
got
たい。
enough.
何が大丈夫なん
Enough
だ。
what?
ほら、
You know
こ
how
の
they
前
opened a
駅前
new
にできた
atoll in front
ア
of
トルあ
the
るでしょ
station?
あ
They were
そこ
selling
に美
some
味しそう
good
なプ
looking
リン売って
pudding.
てさ。
I thought it might
た
be a
ま
nice
には
treat,
と
so
思
I
って
brought
買って
enough
き
for
たんだけど、
everybody.
人数分あるかな。
Pudding! He put down the bag, opened the box, and started putting the pudding cups on the table.
ダル、
Daru,
後にしろ。
do it later.
何みんな
Why
難
do
しい
you
顔し
all look
て。
so upset?
僕がこんなん
Is
買っ
it
て
that
く
rare
る
for me
の
to
そんな
buy
珍
something for
しい。
everybody? Sir, no. That's not... whatever. Take it personally.
まあ確かにその通り
Well,
だけど。
I guess it is.
ちょうど
But
バ
I
イ
got
ト
some
で
extra
結構な
work at my
臨時収
job,
入
you
が
see.
入ったんだよね。仕事ができる
Not
上
only
に
am I
気
talented,
配り
I'm
と
also
収入を持
kind-hearted
ち
and
合わ
get
せている
paid.
僕に
Feel free to
惚
fall
れ
in
ても
love,
いいの？
ladies. Huh?
あれ
He turned the bag over and started shaking it.
スプーンが一人分
I'm
足り
missing
な
a
い。
spoon.
さ
I
て
bet the
は
staff
店
there
員の
forgot
お
to
姉
put
さ
one
ん
in.
入れ忘れた
Oh
な。
dear.
使ってないスプーンな
I
ら
think there's a clean
確
spoon
か
in the
流し
sink.
のところに。あ、私
Well, I've got
マイ
my
ス
own
プーン持っ
spoon
て
I
るから。
always use. Nigako stood up to get a spoon from the sink, then suddenly stopped. He looked at Kaguri with a confused expression.
かがりさん、
Kaguri,
マイスプ
do
ーン
you
なんて
own a spoon?
持ってましたっけ？
Huh?
かがりさんが持ってた
I
の
thought all
っ
you
て
had with you was the Upa
ウー
keychain.
パの
right?
キーホルダーだけだったような。あれ？
Huh?
そ
Well,
う
that's
だよね。
right, isn't it?
おかしいな。
That's strange.
なんで
Why
私
did I say I
持って
had
るなんて。
one? I wonder. Her own spoon. I'd heard someone say that before. I wonder who. Not many people carry their own spoons around. It was common in Japan to carry around your own personal set of chopsticks lately, but not spoons. But I knew. I had known someone who carried around her own spoon. It was Kurisu Makise. Just a moment ago, she called Maho senpai. Did Kaguri know Kurisu after all? I think you're overlooking a different possibility.
なあ、ヒヤジョさ
Hey,
ん。
Hyajo,
向こうで
how many people called
君
you
のことを
senpai in
先輩と呼ぶ
America?
人間は何人いた？
一人だけよ。
Just one.
先輩とか後
It's a
輩とか
Japanese word, and a
そういう
Japanese
呼び方とか
concept
関係
after
は
all.
日本独特のものだから。
There's no need to even ask who it was.
私を先輩
The
と呼
only
ん
one
で
who
たのは
called me senpai
クリスだけ。
was Kurisu.
クリス。
Kurisu.
かがり、
Kaguri,
君は
do you know a girl
マ
named
キセ・クリス
Kurisu
のことを知っ
Makise?
てるのか？
クリス。
Kurisu.
マキセクリス。
Kurisu Makise. Did she know her? And was she intimidating her? Imitating her. Mm-hmm. But why would she need to do that?
マキセクリス。
Kurisu Makise. Kagure seemed to be desperately searching her memories, but it didn't seem to be working. There was sweat on her forehead. Her headache might still be bothering her.
無理はしなくていい。
Don't force yourself.
急いで
There's
思
no
い
need
出
to
す
remember
必要は。
immediately.
うん
No.
この
It
まま
feels
にしとく
creepy
の
leaving
も
it like
なんだか
this.
気持ち悪い。
That's fair.
何か
Do you feel like you can remember something?
わかんない。
I don't know.
わかんないか
Try
ら。
saying something,
オカリンさ
Okarin.
ん、何か話して。
一丁
Huh?
一
What?
体何が
What's
何
going
なの
on here? And the fact that Kaguri responded this strongly to Kurisu's name meant there had to be some relationship. What could there possibly be? The question was this. What had Kaguri been doing ever since she separated from Suzuha in 1998? If she never met Maho, did she ever meet Kurisu? Maybe she became friends with Kurisu and learned a lot about her, that she got in Kurisu's stories mixed up with her own memories. Or... I remember the machine that Kurisu had developed in the Alpha World line and came up with a certain hypothesis. I quickly told myself that it was impossible. My eyes met Maho's. She nodded.
かがり。
Okay,
じゃあ、
Kaguri,
いくつか
let
質
me ask
問
you
さ
some
せてくれ。
questions. For now, I wanted to learn how much Kaguri knew about Kurisu.
君の父親は
Where is your
どこにい
father?
る？
パパは
Papa.
死んじゃっ
Papa
た。
died when I was a kid.
子供の頃に。
If her memories were mixed with Kurisu's, she wouldn't say that. Those were Kaguri's memories. She said she'd remembered everything from before she was 10 years old. She'd only lost her memories after she'd separated from Suzuha in 1998. I have to go a little deeper.
それじゃあ、
Then what does the
Kurigohan
world
と言ったら
Kurigohan mean
何
to
を
you?
思い浮かべる？
栗ご飯
Kurigohan?
何なの
What are you talking about? That's what I was thinking too.
答えてくれ。
Answer me,
Kaguri.
please, Kaguri.
栗
Kurigohan.
カメハメ
Kamehameha. I'm sorry. Okay. Everyone else seemed confused. No shit, Sherlock. But I'm pretty sure this was about channeling and... but I felt as if my heart was about to stop. How could she know? Kurigohan and Kamehameha was Kurisu's channel handle. Yep. Not only did she keep that a secret, she almost never let anyone know that she posted on an channel. She never would have told anyone. How could Kaguri know something that only Kurisu should know? More sweat was pouring down Kaguri's forehead. Luka offered her a handkerchief, worried. Kaguri nodded and took it.
かがり。
Kaguri,
タイムトラベル
can
の
you
主
tell
な
me
理論
how
が
many major theories of
いくつ
time
あるか知
travel
ってい
there
る
are?
か？
Maho looked like she wanted to say something, but I motioned for her to stay quiet.
11
11. Kaguri spoke clearly, as if the answer was the most obvious thing in the world.
全部で
11 in
11
total.
あれ
Wait,
違ったかな
is that right? I hadn't expected much when I asked the question. I certainly hadn't expected that. The terrifying possibility I thought of earlier was becoming more and more real. It was impossible. It had to be. The more I tried to convince myself, the more my fears grew.
11の理論
Can you
を
tell me what these 11
具
theories
体的
are?
に説明できるか？
中性子星理論
Neutron star
それから
theory, and
ブ
then
ラックホール
black
理
hole
論に
theory,
高速
light
理
speed
論
theory,
多気温理論
tachyon theory,
Wormhole
wormhole theory,
エ
exotic
キゾ
matter
チック
theory.
物質理論
Kaguri was counting with her fingers and speaking with very little hesitation.
宇宙紐理論
Cosmic string theory,
量子重力
quantum
理論
gravity theory,
セシウム
cesium
レー
laser
ザー光
theory,
理論素粒子リングレー
elementary
ザー理
particle
論
ring and laser
最後
theory,
に
and
ディラ
lastly,
ック反粒子
Dirac
理論
antiparticle theory.
全部
Those are all
合ってる
correct. Maho's voice was hoarse.
ね
Tell me,
Okabe-san.
Okabe,
え
how
私
do I know all of
どうして
this?
そんなこと知ってるんだろう
Saying Okabe instead of Okarin is also interesting. Kagari looked like she was about to cry a little.
もう一つ聞くが、
Can I ask you one more thing?
それらの理論を用
Could
い
you
て
use those theories to build a time
タイム
machine?
マシンは作れると思うか？
できない。
I don't think so.
ほう。
Oh.
で
Oh,
も
but
この
even if you
11
couldn't
の理
use
論で
these
は
11
作れないけど、
theories, science may
今後の
invent a
科
new
学が発
theory
展次
that
第では
works
できなくも
someday.
ない。
Hmm.
じゃないかな。
どうしてそう思う？
Why do you think so?
どうして？
Why?
それ
That's
は
because...
ね、
Hmm,
どうして
I
だ
don't
ろ
know.
じゃあ、
Then let me ask
質問を変え
another
よう。
question.
そ
How
の
did you
考え
arrive at
方
that
に行き着いたの
conclusion?
はなぜだ？
う。わかんない
I don't
け
know.
ど、
Just
ただ
somehow
なん
I
とな
knew.
く知ってたような。
She knew, huh? That method knowledge existed inside of her. But why did she have that knowledge? Had she been to Victor Condria at some time in the past and met Kurisu there? Maybe they were close friends? No. So close that Kurisu would share her at-channel nickname, which she never told anyone? Definitely not. Either perhaps she mistook what she'd heard from Kurisu for her own memories. That was the most obvious possibility. No, it's not. Not to me, anyway. But that would go against what Kurisu had said. Kurisu said she didn't really have any close friends in America. There's that too. She seemed to have developed a solid relationship with Maho at work, but the dark fear in my mind kept growing.
なあ、ヒヤジョーさん。
Hey, Iajo.
アマ
Remember
デ
how
ウ
you
ス
said
は凍結され
Amadeus
た
was
と言っ
put
てい
on
たが、
hold?
アップロードされていたク
Does
リス
that-
の記憶データっ
Does the
て
uploaded memory data
Mada
for
存在する
Kurisu
のか？
still exist? Huh?
多
Yeah,
分
probably.
破棄はされて
I
い
don't
ない
think
は
it
ず
was
だけど、
erased.
それって
How many people could
どれだけの
access
人間
that?
がアクセスできたんだ？
ごく限られた
Very
人間
few.
だけよ。
We never
ど
really
こにも
announced
公
it
表はしていなか
anywhere.
ったから。私やレスキネン教
Myself,
授、
Dr. Lux
他に
Nin,
助手が
a
何
few
人か、
of the other
そし
assistants,
てクリス。
and then Kurisu.
ちなみに、
Another question.
その記憶デー
Would
タ
it be
を
possible to transfer that
人
memory
間
data
の脳
to
に
a
移植す
human
ることっ
brain?
て
Huh? In the other world line, Maho herself, or Dr. Lux Nin, to be precise, had said something about that at the ATF seminar. And I had experienced it myself. Through a machine that digitized human memories, sent them through time, and then back to the same person's brain. It didn't exist in this world line, but I'd once lived in a world line where it was developed in this very room. I'd used it far more times than I had ever wanted to. And because of that experience, I came up with an idea. A terrifying idea. Another way to explain what was happening to Kagari now.
一体何
What are
を
you getting at?
マイスプーンを持ち歩いて
Kurisu
い
was
た
the
の
one who
は
had her own personal spoon.
クリスなんだ。大学でヒヤジョーさん
She
の
was
こ
the
とを
only
先
one
輩
who
って呼
called
んで
you
いたの
senpai
も
at school.
クリスだけだ。栗ご飯とカメハメハは
Kuri Gohan and Kamehameha
クリ
was
スがアット
Kurisu's
チャンネルで
handle
使
and
ってい
at
たコテハ
channel.
ンだ。
I'm the only one who knew
知ってい
about
る
it
のは
besides her
本人以外だと俺くらいのはずだ。
explaining handle, huh? Handle, an online nickname. It's rare for people to use online nicknames on boards like @channel. If a user does not pick a nickname, they'll simply be displayed as anonymous. Indeed.
クリスなら
Kurisu would know
ビクト
about
ル
the
コンド
lab
リア
at
大
Victor
学の研究室
Condria.
のことも知ってる。マウス実験
She
のこ
would
と
know
も知っ
about
て
the
る。
mouse experiments.
11のタイムマシ
She
ン
would
理
know
論
about
に
the
ついて
11
も知
theories
って
of
る。
time travel.
オカリンさ
Oh,
ん、
goody.
どう
What
い
do
う
you
こと？
mean?
何が言いたいの？
What are you trying to say? This is my idea.
俺の思いついた仮説だ。
I looked around the room at everyone, then back at Kagari.
かがり。
Kagari,
も
it's
しかしたら
possible
君
that
の
you
頭
may
の
have
中には
Kurisu Makise's memories inside you.
マキセ・クリスの記憶が
That's what I thought.
移植されているかもしれない。
Hey.
かがりの頭の中
Oh,
に
this is it, huh?
Makise クリスの記憶が入ってる。
Kagari has Kurisu Makise's memories? Suzaha didn't seem as surprised as I had expected. Maho and I had asked some more questions after that. About Victor Condrio. About her research. Her answers were all over the place. Some things she knew, and some things she didn't. But some of the things she knew were things that only Maho and Kurisu would have known. In the end, instead of being overturned, my hypothesis came out even stronger. All the questions seemed to tire Kaguri out, and with Tanoji's permission, Lukako took her home. Maho completely refused to accept what I was saying, but did say before she left that she'd look into whether it was possible to transfer Amadeus's memory data into a human brain. And that night, I explained the situation to Suzaha. Good.
それってかがりが
So you
二
mean
重人格
Kaguri
って
has
こ
two
と？
personalities? Not really. They're just kind of muddled. They're not really personalities, just memories clashing.
いや
No,
そうじゃない。
that's not it.
二重人格っていう
The
のは
proper word for multiple
正
personalities
確
is
には
dissociative
乖離性
identity
同一性
disorder.
障害といって
That's when additional personalities are created within the person
別の人
themselves.
格ができることだ。
I mean, that's also not wrong.
言うなれば
It's like
今の自分
you're
に対
upset
す
or
る不
uneasy
満や
about
不
who
安
you
から
are, so you make another
自らの
personality
中
within
に
yourself.
別の人格を作ってしまうようなもの。
I mean, that's not entirely wrong, but it's usually in a very traumatic event that you need to be someone else, especially starting at a young age. But this isn't about DID. This is just moving on. Once in a while, there would be a case where someone would take the personality of the man or a woman they admired, but usually it was a completely original one. That's true, that is a thing that can develop, and it can also be fictional characters too. Just needing a person to, like, save you, basically, sort of thing.
でも
But that's not what's going
鏡
on
の
in Kaguri's case.
鏡の中にあるのは
She doesn't have her
人格じゃない
personality, which is God
文字
is
通り
quite literally
Makise Kurisu の
only
記憶だ
Kurisu's
けだ。
memories.
クリスの記憶だけが
It's possible that Kurisu's
彼女の頭
memories
の
are
中に
mixed in
混
with
在してい
her
る
own.
と考えられる。
Kaguri's memories weren't overridden. She still had them. So they had mixed together.
なるほど。
I see.
2036
With
年の技術では
2036's technology,
それは
that's
決して不
certainly
可能な
possible.
話じゃない。
じゃあ
And that since Kaguri is a
2036
time
年からの
traveler
タイ
from
ムト
that
ラベラーで
year,
ある鏡なら
it's a possibility.
十分その可能性はあるということか。
でもさ、
But she
か
had
りたん
certain
は
memories
10
from when
歳
she
より
was
前の
10,
記憶はあ
right?
るわけっしょ。他人の記憶を
If they
ぶ
put
ち込
someone
まれ
else's
るなんて
memories
こと
into
さ
her
れたら
head, she should
その
remember
時の
that,
ことを覚
right?
えてるはずじゃね。
あの子は幼
I
い
think
頃
I remember her saying once in a while back
神
then
様
that
の
she
声
heard
が
the
聞
voice
こえ
of
る
God.
って言っていたような気がす
That's
る。
nice.
幻聴か。
A hallucination.
それが
It's possible
ク
that's
リ
a
スの記
product
憶
of
からにじ
Kurisu's
み出てきた
memories
ものって
leaking
いうのは
out.
考えられる。
うん。
Yeah,
ただ未来は
but the future
こ
wasn't
の
as
時代ほ
peaceful
ど
as
のど
this
かじゃなか
era.
った。
There weren't enough
物資も
people,
人も
and
足
there
りてな
weren't
かったん
enough
だ。
supplies.
記憶を移植す
Even
るな
if
ん
they
ていう
did have
技術
memory
は
transfer
実用化さ
technology,
れている
it
とし
would
て
have
も
been a
軍
military
の秘密扱
secret.
いだよ。一般人も
I can't imagine them
しかも
using it
子
on a
供に使った
civilian,
とは思えない
especially a
よ。
kid.
鏡は繊細孤児だ。
Kaguri was a war orphan. There's no chance it was used to cure her
そういう
PTSD.
技術が使われたということは
I don't. That would be an odd way to try to cure PTSD, not gonna fucking lie. Anyways, post-traumatic stress disorder. From the 4th edition of the DSM-IV, the American Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, published 1994, caused by severe shock from experiencing an accident, disaster, crime, or other seriously traumatic event. This mental disorder causes any number of stress-related issues. Symptoms include psychological instability, insomnia, confusion, memory trouble, and other problems that last for over a month. That wouldn't explain why they'd want to transfer someone else's memories into her.
だな。
That's right.
となると
Which means it's more likely that it was done during the time when she
1998年以降にその移植が行われた可能性が高くなってくるが
With what technology, though? Even if it's possible in 2036, is it possible right now?
クリスなら
Kurisu could do
可能だろう。
it. In 2010, she did it all by herself to make the time leap machine after all.
マキセ・クリスが
So Kurisu Makise
カガリに
transfer
自
her
分の
memories
記
to
憶を移
Kagari?
植したって？彼女は
Why would
そ
she
んな
do
マッド
that?
サイエンティストみ
It's
たい
like
なこ
something
と
a
をす
mad
る人だった
scientist would
の？
do. Hyoin Kyoma. There was no way. It was impossible. It had to be. And there weren't many people as smart as Kurisu Makise. She didn't do it. I couldn't imagine anyone else would.
そうだよ
That's
な。
right. I'm getting
突
ahead
飛
of
な発想
myself.
すぎるよな。
I agree.
俺だってそう思う。
I might have been getting too attached to my own idea.
でも
But there's no doubt that
Kurisu しか
Kagari
知り得
knows
ない
things
ことを
only Kurisu could
カガ
know.
リが知っているのは間違いないんだ。
Maybe, like Makise, she's soul became a ghost and possessed her. That's... whatever.
お前そんな
Don't
オカ
even
ルト
think of
話を
saying that around
ヒアジョーさん
Hyojo.
の前で
She'll laugh
披
in
露
your
してみろ。
face.
全力で論破。
You've got that right. Yeah, wrong kind of visual novel, Daru. In the end, I realized there was nothing I could do for Kaguri, but watch for a while to see how things went. We were just students, without any kind of specialized knowledge. No matter how much we debated, or what ideas we came up with, we wouldn't be able to find the answer easily.
そういえばダル、
Come to think of
ユ
it,
キさんはどうしてる？
Daru, what's Yuki up to? Yeah, what is she up to? Amaneshi's busy with work every day, it looks like. Interesting.
彼女は
What does she do
何のバイ
again?
トをしているんだった？
ケーキ屋さんって聞
Works
いて
at a
る。
cake bakery, I heard.
美味しいから一
She
度
said
食べ
it's
に来
really
てって言
good,
われ
and
た。
we should go check it out. Interesting. That's right. But it's a little far away, isn't it?
だからこそ言っ
And
た
that's
ら
why
喜
she'd be
ばれる
happy
んじ
if
ゃ
you
ない
went,
か。
right?
しっか
Get
り
a
してよ、
grip,
父
Dad.
さん。
Oh, right. My bad. Why is that? Often used as part of the phrase, lol lol, my bad. Lol lol lol. While theoretically an apology, it's more often used to provoke or annoy someone. Alright, don't know why that had to be explained, but whatever. I guess Steins wants to be like, if there's a boomer playing, I don't know. Wait, Okarin, why are you asking anyway?
いや、
Oh, no
ちょっ
reason.
と気になって
I
な。
was just curious. That girl in the motorcycle suit. Could that have been Yuki Amane? I mean... I don't know, man. Same injury. She was the only one unaccounted for. I still hadn't convinced myself it wasn't her. If it was, she may have been involved in some way with what was happening to Kaguri. But the attack only took place in the other world line. It hadn't happened in this one, so I had no way to tell.
もし彼女のこと
There
で
was
何か
something she...
お母さんがどうか
Was
し
there
たの？
something going on with Mom?
いや、
No, it's nothing.
なんでもない。
I still didn't have any proof. I just have to keep an eye on her. It'd be easier to keep an eye on her if you tell your friends, bucko. My priority right now is Kaguri. What had happened during the time when she'd lost her memories? If I could find that out, I might be able to understand what was about to happen to us.
それじゃあ始めるわよ。
Okay, I'm going to get started. Ready?
Mm.
Yeah. Maho came to the lab again the next day. She was there to look at Kaguri's memories. Kaguri had volunteered to work with her. As of yesterday, my hypothesis was still just a hypothesis. And anytime she saw a hypothesis, she wanted to test it. Maybe that's just how scientists were.
まずはこれを見
First,
てもらえる？
can you look at this? Maho held up a cell phone. There's a picture displayed on its screen. It was a corridor with white walls and clean white floors, and two people wearing white lab coats were walking down it.
これがどこだかわかる？
Do you know where this is?
学
A
校？
school?
どこの？
Which school?
ビクトル・コン
Victor
ドリア
Condrey
大学の
University.
この手前に
Do
歩
you
い
know
てる
who
人
this is in front?
彼の名前は？トニー・ブラウン。
Tony Brown.
あだ名は
His nickname is JB,
興
because
奮
he
す
does
ると
this weird little dance when
独
he
特の
gets
ステップを
excited.
踏むから。
Interesting.
じゃあこっち
Then
の
who's
彼
the
女は？
girl?
わかん
I
ない。
don't know.
どうだ？
Well,
彼女も私たち
she's
研
pretty
究者の
famous
間で
among
は
us
かなり
scientists.
有名な子よ。
Kurisu would definitely know her.
クリスだって当然知ってるはずだわ。
仮にかがりが
Looks like even if
Kurisu の
Kaguri
記憶を
does
持
have
っているとし
Kurisu's
ても
memories, she
完
can't
全に
recall
全て
them
を
all
思い出せているわけ
perfectly.
じゃないみたいだ。
That's how it seemed yesterday too.
記憶として呼び起こさ
Maybe
れる
there's
もの
something she can remember,
と
and
そ
other
うじゃ
things
ない
she
ものがあ
can't.
るんじゃないのか。
だからって
That doesn't mean
こ
we
の
can't
程
say
度じゃ
for
ま
sure
だ
that
クリ
these
ス
were
の記憶
Kurisu's
だと断言
memories
はで
yet.
きないわ。彼らのことくらい
Anyone could find out
調
about
べれば
these
誰
two
だっ
with
て
a
わか
little
ることだもん。
research.
かがりさん、
Kaguri,
もう少
can I
し
ask you
突っ
some
込ん
more
だ質問をして
questions?
もいい？
Okay.
去年の冬、
Last winter,
私とクリス
Kurisu
で
and I went to see
映
a
画を見に行っ
movie.
たことがあるの。
ヒアジョーさんと
You and
クリス
Kurisu
が
did.
意外？
Is that surprising?
私たちだって
Even we need a
た
break
まには息抜きを
sometimes.
する。
Normally all we do
普
is
段は
work.
研究ばかりだけど。
It was surprising, actually. I hadn't thought they'd interacted outside of work.
研究でちょっと
I
詰まっ
was
てた
hitting a
私
little
を
wall in my research,
あの子が
so
連れ
she
出して
took
くれ
me
たのよ。
out. She said she
たま
just
たま
happened
チ
to
ケッ
have
ト
two
が2枚あるから
tickets.
って。
That's just like how a man asks a girl on a date. Yeah. She never was any good with that stuff.
その時に見た映
Do you
画
know
の
what
タ
the
イトル
title of the movie
わかるか
was?
しら？ボ
Bob
ブ・ワイナー監
Wiener's
督の
His and Her
彼と彼
Foreboding.
女の予感？
Maho gulped. That must have been the right answer.
それって
Is that
最
a
近
new
の映画
movie?
か？
I've never heard of
聞い
it.
たことないが。
20年前の作
It's
品。
20 years old.
そのリバ
This
イバ
was
ル
a
上映だった
revival
のよ。
showing. And Kaguri had guessed it. She'd known the title of a movie that Kurisu and Maho had gone to see together, in private. And since it wasn't a major worldwide release, it wasn't something you could get with the lucky guess.
でもそれも
But somebody could
誰
have
か目撃
witnessed
していた
it.
人がいればわかることよ。
だが
Sure.
君
But
が
how would they
今
know you were going
日
to
そんな
ask
質問を
that
するということ
question?
は予想できなかったはずだ。かがりがそのため
Are you
に
saying she memorized
細
every
かい
tiny
情
bit
報
of
まで
information you could
全て
possibly
暗記し
ask
たとで
about?
も
It would be impossible, and she didn't even have a reason to bother anyway.
私だってその
It's
くらい
not
のこ
like
と
they don't know that.
わかってるわ。
I could tell from the pained expression on her face that Maho was struggling with something. And I was starting to realize what it was. She didn't want to admit it. She didn't want to admit it was possible. It was winter, but Kaguri's forehead was dripping with sweat again. Going through her confused memories may have been putting a lot of stress on her.
これぐらいにしよ
That's enough.
う。かがりがきつ
This
そう
looks
だ。
like it's hard on Kaguri.
待って、
Wait,
最
just
後
let me
に
ask
もう
one more
一つだけ
question.
聞かせて。
Yeah,
いいよ、
okay.
どうぞ。
Go ahead. Kaguri nodded and motioned for her to go ahead.
子供の頃、
What was your greatest treasure when you
あ
were
なた
a
が
kid?
一番大切にしていたものは何？子供の
When I
頃。
was a kid?
それは
Even after you moved
ア
to
メリカに
America,
移住してか
you
らも
always kept it in your room.
ずっと部屋に置いてあった。 イルカの
A stuffed dolphin. Dad bought it for me when we went to the aquarium.
パパが買ってくれた。
Dolphin? Maho sighed and sunk onto the sofa.
合ってるのか？
Is she right? Yep. Kirisu's mom told me about it on the
クリス
phone
のお母
last
さん
night.
が電話で教えてくれたわ。
I see.
このことを知ってる
The
の
only
は
people who knew about that were
クリス
Kurisu
と
and her
ご両親だけ。
parents.
それじゃあ
Then,
悔しいけど
I hate to admit it,
あなたの
but
仮
this
説を
hypothesis of yours,
否定できない。
I can't rule it out.
そうか。
I see.
私
What's going to
どう
happen
な
to
っちゃう
me?
のかな。
I didn't have an answer. I didn't even know how this had happened in the first place. The only possibility I can think of was...
かがりさん、
Kagari,
付き合わせて
sorry
悪
to
かっ
make
た
you
わ
go
ね。
through all this.
ゆっくり休
Get
ん
some
で。
rest. Maho stood up with a serious expression on her face.
帰るのか。
You're leaving?
ええ、
Yeah.
自分
There's
な
still
り
some
に
things I can check on
まだ
my
検
own.
証できることは残っていそうだから。それじゃあ、
Okay.
また。
See you later. Maho got up and went out for the door, without bothering to look back. She seemed to be silently shutting out the entire world. All we could do was watch her go. Maho Yaja stared at her computer monitor in a daze. The rest of the world was still feeling the afterglow of New Year's excitement. The last time she'd come to Japan, it was still in the heat of summer. She'd used her vacation days to come then. Her coworker, Kurisu Makise, had suddenly died, and she wanted to see the place where she was murdered herself. Maho's feelings for Kurisu Makise were complicated. Until Kurisu had come to her lab, Maho had thought herself a genius. She graduated high school after skipping grades and joined a university lab while still in her teens. It was understandable that she'd feel that way. Everyone else said she was a genius too. But her pride was shattered into tiny little pieces by the arrival of Kurisu Makise. Kurisu Makise was the real thing. Maho didn't even come close to her. She realized that she could never be as smart as Kurisu. And she realized that she didn't want to be beaten by her anyway. It would have been so much easier if she could have hated her. It would have been so much easier to hate Kurisu. But Kurisu Makise wouldn't even allow her that much. She was a dedicated scientist, and that dedication carried over to her treatment of Maho too. Maho, I think your research has the potential to change the world. If there's anything I can do to help, I will. Just say the word. Someday, she swore, she'd surpass her. Someday, she swore, she'd make Kurisu say that she was the smarter one. But now that would never happen. Kurisu Makise went away on a trip and never came back. Maho had been told she'd been attacked by a robber and killed. But it didn't seem real. It felt like she'd come back to the lab any day now, and started arguing with the professors with that same self-satisfied smirk on her face. Until then, Maho would work on the Amadeus project, so that when Kurisu came back, she would be amazed. Amadeus, an artificial intelligence that could be loaded with an individual's memories. It was possible to digitize memories by analyzing the nerve signals related to the memory stored in the temporal lobe. It had been Kurisu, of course, who'd proved it. And then Maho and her team had turned that proof into usable technology. By the time Kurisu got back, she would have it all ready for the next level. She'd show it to Kurisu and astonish her. But even that hope didn't last long. She was suddenly told that the project was cancelled. And of course, she couldn't accept it. But no matter what she said, no matter how many times she argued with the professor, she couldn't get the cancellation overturned. Amadeus went to sleep at the bottom of the lab server, along with Kurisu's Makise's digitized memories. Kurisu Makise's memories. Now they were in the head of another girl. How had that happened? There was only one possibility, if it was possible at all. Just like Rintaro Okabe had said.
Oh yeah.
Oh? She opened the door and a large man she knew very well came inside.
魔法
Maho, what's wrong?
まだ
I thought you were still on your New Year's holiday.
そういう教
What
授こそ
about you, Professor?
わざわ
What
ざ
are you
休み
doing
の日
here
に
on
出
your
てき
day
てるじゃ
off?
ないですか。
Maho's mentor, Dr. Luxninin, was here in Japan for a month-long conference on artificial intelligence. Interesting. Maho had come with him as his assistant. But the conference didn't take place every day, so they spent the time between sessions at the Japanese office, making presentation materials and exchanging emails. In my case, I don't have much to do on my days off. There's no fun sitting in the hotel, so I may as well come here and work. Fair enough, I guess.
だったら私も似
Then
た
I
ような
guess I'm
もの
the
です。
same. For a researcher, doing research was a hobby. If nothing else, all the scientists Maho knew were like that. Of course, she'd come here today because she assumed Dr. Luxninen would feel that way. You have a lot of things to do, don't you? Dating, for instance.
教授
Professor, if you keep that up, I'm going to sue you for sexual harassment. Oh, anything but that.
勘弁してくれ
Dr. Luxninen slumped his shoulders in the unique way that Caucasians always overreacted. Alright. He seemed intent on bringing Maho and Okabe together. She and Okabe were both friends of Kurisu's, and so that they talked a lot, but there was nothing more to it than that. At least, that's what she thought, probably.
それじゃあ
Alright,
お詫びとい
in
う
lieu
わ
of
けじ
an
ゃないです
apology,
が
can I ask you
一つ
something?
聞いてもいいですか。
Anything if it'll keep me out of court. Fair enough.
じゃあ聞きますけど
Alright. What's going on with
Amadeus
Amadeus right now?
今どうなっているんですか。
You should know the answer to that. Right now there's no plans to continue the project.
それは分かって
I
ま
know
す。
that.
私
What
が
I'm
聞きたいの
asking
は
is,
アマデ
what
ウ
happened
ス
to
の
the
データが
Amadeus
どうなって
data?
いるかということです。
It's saved on the lab server, right?
誰かがアクセスした
Nobody
り
else accessed it or
持ち出したり
took it
は
out? Luxinen eyes narrowed, and he slowly shook his head.
魔法
Maho,
君が
I don't know
な
where
ぜ
you
そんな
got that
疑問を持
idea,
ったのか
but
私にはわからないが Amadeus への
Amadeus
アクセ
access
ス
is
権は
limited only a
ご
few
く限られ
people,
た一部
and
の
as
人
far
間
as
に
I
しか
know,
ないし
no one else
不
has
正に
touched
アクセ
it.
スされたという事案も起こっては少なくとも
If nothing else,
今まで
I haven't
私の
received
と
any
ころに
reports
そのよ
about
うな
it.
報告はもたらされていない。
私やクリス
And then
の
the
記
same
憶デー
goes
タ
for
も
Mai and Kurisu's memory data. Then the same goes for Mai and Kurisu's memory data.
もちろん
Of course.
それじゃあ
Then, is it
他に
possible there's
私が
some
知
other
らない
AI
人
project
工知
going
能
on
のプ
that
ロ
I
ジェク
don't
トが
know
動
about?
いているなんてこともありませんか。
あるわけがない。
Of course not.
我々の
You're the
研究
most
チーム
important
には
member of our
魔法
research team.
君の力が必要不可欠だ。私たちはク
We've
リスと
lost
いう
Kurisu.
才能を失った。それは
And it was a
大い
big
なる損
loss.
失だった。
But I think you're the only one
彼
who
女
can
のい
take
な
her
くなった穴
place.
を埋められるのは
That's fair, I
君
guess.
だけだと思っている。そんな君の知らないところで
So there's no way
新
I'd
たな
start
プ
a
ロジェ
new
クトなど
project without you
進め
knowing,
るはず
right? I
が
mean,
ないだろう。
I don't know, man.
そうですか。
I see. The compliment felt like a bit too much for her to take at face value. There were a lot of scientists who were always looking to get a leg up on the competition. If someone else got that glory first, everything you worked on until that point would be useless. Even in the same team, there were only a few people you could really trust. But to Maho, Dr. Luxninen was one of these people.
質問に対する
Will
答
that
え
do
は
for an
こ
answer?
れでいいかな。
はい
Yes.
では
Then may I ask you
私から
something?
の質問も
Where
い
did
いか
this
い？
come from, all of a
どうして
sudden?
急にそんなことを聞くんだい？
それは
Well,
もしかして
are you worried
自
that
分の
someone
秘
might
密
have
が
access to
誰
your
かに漏れていない
secrets?
か心配にでもなったのかな。
まあ
Yeah,
そんなところです。
something like that.
それなら心配な
Then you
い。
don't need to
い
worry.
かにエメデウ
Amadeus
ス
was
とはいえ
developed so as to
本
not
人
share
が
any
秘密
secrets
に
the
したい
original
ことは
wouldn't
喋らないように
once
できている。
shared.
君だってそれは
The
保
same
存され
goes
た
for
デ
the
ータに
saved
ついて
data.
も言える。
Yes, this doctor looks nin. Well, come on in, Hifimichu. I thought for sure you wouldn't be able to join us at all. What a surprise. A very nice surprise. Meow meow meow. Supplies. You missed all the fun stuff that totally wasn't emotional at the very beginning, so you better watch the VOD back. Anyways, cries indeed. I'm sure when you rewatch the VOD, you will probably actually cry, not gonna fucking lie. But anyways,
仮に何者かがデータを
even if
盗ん
someone
だ
did
ところで
steal it, the parts the original person wants to keep secret the most are kept within a black
ブラックボッ
box.
クスになっている。エムデウスからは
They can't be
もちろん
accessed via Amadeus or from the memory data itself.
不可能だ。
I mean, I don't know. I don't normally see you cry at all, to be honest, Spooky, so like I don't really know how to respond to that. If those secrets get out, it's because a living human wanted them to. I see.
記憶を持つ
A living human.
生身の人間。
そう。
That's right. The original person themselves, in other words.
どうだい？
Well,
少し
feel
は
better?
安心したかい？
the last thing to make me sob was the finale for Shira, if that means anything. No, because you watched the rest of that without me. So... Yeah, I guess so. It wasn't that she didn't trust Dr. Lixnin, but she couldn't relax until she'd seen for herself that no one had taken the data. Maho only thought it was possible to believe something after you'd seen it yourself. That's how she thought a scientist should be. But right now, she didn't have the access rights to do so. So in the end, she was stuck with her doubts. She knew this was going to happen, but she couldn't stop herself from asking anyway. Oh, I didn't expect to see you two here. Dr. Rios walked through the door just as she finished her conversation with the professor. Christ. I almost read that as Christine, I'm not gonna fucking lie. Let's try that again. Christ. Don't you two know it's a holiday? What about you, Dr. Reyes? I've got nothing to do in my hotel. Maho exchanged a glance with Dr. Lixnin, then shrugged. That's just how scientists were. What? What's going on? It's nothing. She and Dr. Lixnin laughed at Reyes' confusion. But the doubts in her mind lingered. Back to Okabe. What did you do online? Can I see what you did? God damn it, it's empty. What did you do? Meh. Anyways, Kurisu's memories were inside Kaguri's head. Several days had passed since I'd begun to suspect my hypothesis was correct. I'm sorry, Okarin. It caused a lot of trouble for you. No, it's nothing, really. And I think Lukako and Mayuri are doing a lot more for you than me. In fact, Mayuri and Lukako were doing a very good job of taking care of her. Mayuri may not have realized it, but Kaguri looked up to her as the mother figure. Because she is her mother! You dumbass. And after living under the same roof for so long, Lukako had to come to care for her a lot.
そんな
That's not true. All I'm doing is giving her someone to talk to.
マユシこそ
Mayushi is sorry that she can't do more, you know?
ごめんね。
No, that's not true. Luca's being really nice, and just having Mama around makes me happy. I didn't mean to right click.
ママはいてくれるだけで嬉しいし。
Cute though. Mayuri fidgeted in embarrassment when she heard the word Mama. I could understand why. It must feel strange to be called Mama at her age, especially by someone who was older than she was. Yeah, that's true. Huh.
ねえママ。
Hey, Mama.
何？
What is it?
ギュってして。
Can I give you a hug? No.
ギュ？
A hug?
子供の頃に
Can I give you a hug like you always used to do for me when I was a little? When I was little? There was no A. What? I'm blushing. That's cute.
ダメ？
I can't.
ううん。
No. Go ahead. Good. Good. Kinda wish there was a CG, but I guess the sprites being overlapping is good enough. Mayuri smiled and nodded, and Kaguri gave her a big hug with a huge grin on her face.
かがりちゃん。
Kaguri, you're such a good girl. Mayuri never asked for details, but she seemed to sense that was happening. Blah 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 blah. Mayuri never asked for details, but she seemed to sense what was happening to Kaguri. She probably understood that was the best thing she could do right now.
ママ。
Mama. It was strange. Kaguri was a lot older, but when they were like this, they really did look like mother and child.
ありがとう。
Thank you, Mama. Kaguri slowly moved away from Mayuri. She looked a lot calmer than she had a moment ago. It was probably okay to talk to her now.
それで
So,
かがり
Kaguri, how are
調子
you
はどうだ？
doing?
調子？
How am I doing?
調子か。
I guess I don't know.
なんだかよくわからない
Fucking mood.
かな。
よくわからない
You don't
と
know.
は？
ふとした瞬間に
Sometimes I find
思い
myself
出すこと
remembering
があるん
things,
だけど、
but I don't know if
それ
they're
が
Kurisu's
自分のも
memories or
の
my
な
own.
のか、クリスさんのものなのかわかんないの。難しい数式とか
Complicated formulas,
実験とか
experiments.
理解は
It's
で
like I
きて
don't
ないんだけ
understand
ど
them,
知っ
but
てる
I know
み
them.
たいな。
Can't relate to that one. Kaguri's only memories were of her time as a child and the time since Lukaku's father's friend had found her. Kurisu's memories would appear sometimes and fill the gap in between. I couldn't even imagine how that must have felt.
ね、 この
Just a
前も
while
ね、
ago,
パ
I
パのこ
remembered
とを
Papa.
思い出した
It
の。
was when Papa told me I did good when I was
パパ
little.
に褒められた時の記憶。それを思い出
I
して、
remembered that,
な
and
ん
it
だ
made
か
me
す
really
ごく
happy.
嬉しかったんだけどね。でも私、
But my parents
赤
died
ちゃん
when I
の
was
頃
a
に
baby,
両親死んじゃ
and
った
then
し、
Mama Mayuri
それ
raised
から
me.
はマユリ
I
マ
don't
マ
know
に
who
育
my
てて
dad
もらった
is,
からパパなんて知らないんだけど、
but
自
even
分
though
が
it
経
wasn't
験し
my
た
own
ことじゃないのに
experience, I really
褒めら
felt
れて
happy when
嬉
he
しいっ
praised
ていう
me.
感情は 確かにあって、そう考えてる
And
と
that just made my head
頭
feel
の
all
中が
funny.
ごちゃってなっちゃって。
Kaguri grimaced and held her head in her hands. The first time I met her, I'd been surprised by how much she looked like Kurisu. But talking to her like this, I realized how different she was. The way her expression was constantly changing, and the way she always slightly overreacted, was actually more like Mayuri. Was that because they were mother and child? Most likely.
その
So,
クリスの記憶
do
は
Kurisu's memories
よ
come
く
out
出てくるの
often?
か？
うん、
Yeah,
前に
a
比
lot more
べ
than they
る
used
と
to,
頻繁
maybe.
になったかも。
I see.
そうか。
ねえオカリン
Hey, Okarin.
かがりちゃ
What's
ん
going to happen to
どうな
Kagari?
っちゃうのかな。
本来なら
Normally,
ちゃ
the
んと
best
した
thing we
専
could
門
do
機
is
関で
get her looked
検
at
査
by
し
a
てもら
team
うの
of
が一番いいんだ
specialists.
ろうが。
But given her position, it wasn't that easy.
あんまり検
I
査は
don't
した
really
く
want
な
an
いな。
exam. That was all I did when I was little.
検査ばっかりしてたから。
そうなのか？
Yeah.
うん。
Yeah.
PTSD
They said it was to
を
treat my
治すためだって言って
So she didn't seem eager to be looked at either, huh? If more of Kurisu's memories woke up, what would happen to her? Would she be Kagari Shino with the memories of Kurisu Makise? Or would she become Kurisu Makise? A person's personality was more than just the sum of their memories. But memories were an important part of it. If she had Kurisu's memories, what would happen to her? At this point, no one knew. It was quite possible that up until now, no one had ever shared a person's memories before.
まゆりちゃん、
Oh,
時間。
Mayuri, it's time. You're right. Hey,
ね
Okarin,
えオカ
can you take care of
この後
Kagari?
リン、かがりちゃんのこと
No
を
boy.
任せていいかな。これから学校で
We've got a meeting at
進
school
路について
about
の
our
説明会があるん
post-graduation
だ。
plans, and we have
マ
to
ユシ
go.
ーたち、
Uh,
どうしても出なくちゃいけなくて。すみません。
sorry.
謝るなって。
Don't apologize.
心
And
配
don't
しなくてい
worry.
い。
I'll take her home.
かがりはちゃんと家まで送っていくから。
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Okabe babysitting. What crimes will he commit? None, because it's just taking her home.
それじゃあかがりちゃん。
Okay, Kagari.
また
See
明
you
日ね。
tomorrow. Sleep well, Catman. Yeah, tomorrow I'll be streaming some random assortment of Toho games, so that'll be fun. But yes, I will. You have good sleeps, and I will see you tomorrow. You have Darkest Dungeon tomorrow? Awesome. I'll try to watch if I can. Be more present than I was in your stream today.
Mama.
Bye, Mama.
また
See
明
you
日。
tomorrow. Once Mayuri and Lukako were gone, it was just me and Kagari in the room. After the problems with Kagari's memory started coming up, I'd been having her hold off on her job at the Bone 2 workshop. But I was still having her come here as much as possible during the day, in case something happened. Chizaha and Tanoji were downstairs. That alone made me feel better. I suddenly felt Kagari looking at me.
どうした？
What's wrong?
ね
And I just realized
改
how
めて考
strange it
え
is
る
to
と
be talking
こう
with
して
you
オ
like
カリン
this,
さんと話してる
Okarin.
っていうのが不思議だなって。
不思議？
Strange.
どうして？
Why?
だって
Because to
私に
me,
とって
you're
のオ
always
カリ
just
ン
this
さん
person
は
I heard
お
stories
話の
about.
中の人だった
Oh
の
yeah,
よ。
because his dead in the future.
話
Oops.
の中。
I totally didn't accidentally knock my mouse almost off my desk. It's fine. Stories?
うん。
Yep.
ダルおじ
Uncle
さん
Daru
や
and Mama
マ
would
マ
tell
から
me
聞
about
く
you.
お話の中の人。
Listen. Nothing happened, it's fine. That's right. According to Suzaha, I was gonna die in 2025, which is approaching rapidly. Which meant that in Kagari's time, I was no longer alive.
ママはね、
Mama talked about you all the time.
話をしてたよ。オカリンが
Okarin saved your mom. Okarin is Mama's
ママの彦星
Hikoboshi.
様なんだよ。
あいつ
She still talks like
未来
in
に
the
なっても
future.
そんなことを言っているのか。
Huh. I feel like a word was missing there. She still talks like that in the future? That makes more sense. Now it's my turn to be embarrassed.
だからね、
So I always wondered who this Okarin person was that my mom cared about so much. Now you know, for better or worse. Who was this Rintaro Okabe that everyone talked about? Maybe. I always admired you a little. Stop teasing me. You're blushing, Okarin. Kagari clearly had the upper hand here. Oh, but that's probably true of Kurisu Makise too. Kurisu? Yeah. Mama and Uncle Daru used to talk about Kurisu Makise all the time. And she died so long ago. I wonder what kind of person could have had that much influence of things. Thank you for the quack jump scare relics. Totally wanted that.
そのマイリはクリスのことをなんて
Ugh. What did Mayuri say about her? She said she was the person you loved. The person I loved. For me, that was an undeniable truth. Not downloading updates for all your Wii U games. Fun. But that wasn't true for the rest of the lab. In this world line, Mayuri had never met Kurisu, and I tried as much as possible to avoid bringing her up. It's a very inefficient system. I can honestly only imagine. I've never had a Wii U, but yeah. But thanks to me, even in the future, she'd still feel that way.
そうだ
Oh, I know.
今から
I'm
買い
going
物に行くん
shopping.
だが
Want to come with me?
よかったら一緒に来ないか
Shopping?
あ
Yeah.
あまだこ
You
の
still
辺
don't
りの
know
こ
this
と
area
を
well,
よく
do
知ら
you?
ないだろ
Can I?
もちろんだ
Of course. After what happened in the last world line, it was probably a good idea to keep her from going outside too much. I can read. But she probably needed a change of pace. It was still afternoon. Why did I add probably? Jesus Christ. I am so bad at reading, dude. It was still afternoon. As long as we stuck to busy streets, we'd probably be fine. Yay. There's actually a lot of things I've been wanting. Of course.
欲しいもの
Things. Just some basic necessities. What are you reading? I don't know. What are you reading, Relix?
ルカ子が用意してくれてるんじゃ
Isn't
ないの
Lukaku
か
getting you those things? Yeah, but he's a boy, right? So I didn't want to ask him for too much. Fair, I guess. True. Even if he was beautiful, Lukaku was a guy. There were some things he just wouldn't understand reading God. Okay,
それじゃあ
let's go.
行くか
Yeah. Cute. Wow, this really is amazing. Kaguri's eyes were shining as she looked up and down the street. There are so many people and so many stores. It's hard to believe it's the same Akihabara. Oh yeah, I guess World War III Akihabara would be very different. Yeah, can't imagine why.
未来の秋葉原はどんな
What's
ところ
Akihabara like in the future? The best way to describe it is a pile of rubble. Well, that goes for more than just Akihabara, though. Suza had said that the Third World War would start soon, which meant that a young Kaguri would have only known the world after that horrible war. Of course, that was all my fault, probably. if I did what Suzuha wanted and went back to July 28th, would the world line change so that the Third World War never happened? Impossible. The world lines were going to converge no matter what I did. Oh, Okarin. Are you telling yourself that it's your fault? Mind reader. I gasped. She read my mind. I guess so. But you can't think that. Nope. As far as I know, nobody, not Mama or Uncle Daru, blamed you. I mean, I guess that's kind of nice. I don't know. Because they all believe that you do it someday. I see. My reading is ability everyone in the future has. So true, so true. What was it? Steins Gate? They believed you'd lead us there. Comes with the nuclear radiation. So true. I knew Kagari was trying to make me feel better. And that Mayuri and Daru would probably never blame me. But those words just made it worse. Because I'd given up on everything. No, I'm sorry. Huh? I didn't mean to make you feel bad. I must have had a pretty dark look on my face. No, I'm the one who should apologize. But I'm not. Stop. We're not here to talk about that day. About that today. I don't get a chance to go outside often, so let's talk about something more fun, okay? Yeah. Kaguri's mind was probably filled with memories of a painful war. If nothing else, those were her only memories as Kaguri Shino. But she was still trying to make me feel better. Even if they weren't related by blood, she really was Mayuri's daughter. Still, it was hard to come up with something that was more fun to talk about. No, I know. I want to hear about what Mama was like when she was young. Mayuri. I mean, I know she's still young right now. Yeah, of course. War is very fun to talk about. What do you mean, Relix? What are you trying to imply? War is like one of the funnest topics one could ever talk about. Come on. But when she was younger, like, when she was a hostage? Mayuri told you about that? Yeah. I love the look on her face when she talks about you. It's like she's softly opening the lid of a treasure chest, maybe? Her face, her voice, and just remembering it makes me feel warm. That's cute. To Kaguri, Mary must have felt like a star shining on a world of darkness and mud. A star shining brighter than anything else in the night sky. It was nothing, really. Her grandmother died, and Mayuri really loved her. She looked so sad, like she was going to disappear any minute now. And then I said something really silly. You're my hostage, right? Hearing it from another person made me so embarrassed that I wanted to go hide. I was young. The folly of youth, you know? But those words saved Mama, didn't they? I don't know. If those words meant that I was holding her back, even all the way into the future. Okarin. Hey, are you hungry? Let's go get something to eat. Huh? Oh, yeah. I started walking ahead in an effort to change the subject, Kagure seemed hesitant as she tried to keep up.
何か食べたいものあるか？
Is there anything you want to eat?
私は
Anything's
何でもい
fine.
いかな。
そういうのが一番
That's
困る
always
ん
the
だ。
answer that makes things the hardest, you know? So true.
だってこの
But
時代の
everything
食べ
in
物
this
っ
area
て
tastes so
何
good.
でも美味しい
It's
んだもん。
amazing.
びっくり。
未来じゃ何を食べてた
What
の
did you eat in the future?
お芋とか
Mostly
そういうの
yams and
ばっか
stuff.
りかな。あ、
But
でも
Mama would flavor
マ
them
マが
differently
毎
every
日
day.
違う味付けしてくれてたから。
まゆりが？
Mayuri cooked?
まゆりの料理は
Was her cooking,
その
well,
うまかったの
good?
か？
Yep,
そう。
I
か。
see. The human animal was capable of growth, it seemed. Stop, that's so mean. Let Mayuri have her growth. Let her learn to cook. Well, Yuki had been teaching her a lot lately. Maybe that had paid off.
だから
So
私は
anything's
何で
fine,
もいいよ。
really. Alright then. Yep, I knew it. I knew this was gonna happen. Hi, Ferris. Welcome back, Meowster. Oh, Okarin. And Kagami-nyan too. Yeah, indeed. Welcome back to life if I meet you. I chose to stop by May Queen Nyan Squared, and it was packed.
今日は混んでる
It's
な。
busy today. Feel the cringe? What, are you trying to say that Ferris is cringe? I don't think Ferris is cringe. I love her Nyanian. Something like that.
そうなのに
Yeah, that's right. We just started an anime tie-in campaign, yeah?
や
Yes, Ferris is perfect. I love her so much. Yes, perfect. Thank you for correcting that mistake. Yes, perfectly. Come to think of it, there was a sign out front with some anime characters on it. I'd seen those characters all over town.
おかげで大反響で
So the place is packed, meow.
30分くらい
If you're willing to wait 30 minutes, I can seat you.
そういうことなら
We'll take a rain
また
check
今度にする
then,
よ。
okay? Yeah, let's come back someday when it's a little slower.
利用してくるね。
Aw, sorry, Ferris.
せっかく来てもらったの
My
に
apologies,
ごめんな。
guys. Apologies. Gomenya? Yes. We left May Queen Down Squared and walked around for a bit. But it was lunchtime and every place we saw was crowded. Yes. Apologies. Gomenya.
すごいね。どこも
Wow,
人
there's
だら
people
け。
everywhere.
まったくだ。
That's right.
わざわ
We
ざ
should
外
all
で
just
飯
eat
なん
at
か食わ
home
ずに
instead of going
家で
outside.
済ませればいいもの。
Mm-hmm.
でも
But that
それ
goes for
っ
us
て
too,
私
doesn't
た
it?
ちにも当てはまるよ
That's
ね。
what I thought. Now then, what to do?
ラボで食べよっか。
Should we eat at the lab?
言っとくが、
Just so you
俺
know,
は料理な
I
んてで
can't
きないぞ
cook.。
私も
Me
私も
neither. Then that was out of the question.
簡単なものでいい
It
よ。
doesn't have to be anything
あ
complicated.
私
I always wanted to try that one thing. You know, the noodles you put hot water on?
ヌードル的なの。
Instant ramen? I mean, fair enough, I guess.
カップ麺か？
Instant noodles?
あんなも
You
のでい
sure
いの
that's
か？
what you want?
ね、 未来だと
In
ね、
the future, a lot of
工
factories
場
go
がいっぱい
away,
なくなっち
so
ゃっ
it's a lot harder to
て、なかな
get.
か手に入らなくなっちゃったんだ。ダルおじさんが
Uncle Daddy was always talking about how he wanted some,
食べたい
so I wondered
って
what
言
they
ってて、
tasted like.
ずっと気になってたの。
Fair enough. And she was okay with that. So was I. And I had just the thing. We bought a lot of instant noodles at the local convenience store. If there were any left, Daddy would probably eat them.
すっごいね。
Wow, I didn't know there were so many different types of instant
あんなにいっぱい
noodles.
種類あるんだ。
今は未来と違っ
Unlike the
て
future,
飽食の
there's all
時代だ
kinds
か
of
ら
different
な。
ones now. Convenience stores get new stuff
毎週
almost
のよう
every
に新
week.
商品が出る。
そうなんだね。
You're right. So I can pick any of
この
these.
中のどれを食べてもいいの？
Calgary looked inside the plastic bag I was holding.
もちろん
Of course.
好きなのを
Take
選
your
んでくれ。
favorite.
それじゃあ
Alright.
どれにしようかな。
Which one should I pick then?
ね。
Hmm. She looked just like a child, the way she put her finger to her lips as her eyes shone.
私
I'll have this one. Salt flavor. I'm sure they probably have like an assortment of flavors. And she picked salt. I mean, fair enough, I guess.
なんなら
You can
2
take
つで
two
も
or
3つ
three
でも
if
食べ
you
てもいい
want.
ぞ。
Really?
あ
Oh,
ーでも
but if I eat too
食べ過
many,
ぎちゃ
I'll
う
get
と
fat.
太っちゃうしな。
They're just noodles. She had so many different expressions that I never got tired of watching them.
そういえば
Hey,
さっき
didn't you also
他に
get
も
something
何
else
か
while you were
買ってた
there?
みたいだったけど。
Was it dog pee? Please tell me it was dog pee.
ああ、
Yup,
これだよ。
this. Oh. I took something outside. Something plastic out of the bag. A fork.
これって
Is this
フォークだよ。
a fork? I
箸じゃ
thought it
食
might be
べづらい
hard
んじ
to
ゃない
eat
か
with
と思って。
chopsticks.
自分専用の
You
もの
can
にし
keep
て
it and leave it in the
ラ
lab.
ボに置いておけばいい。
Yes, but you need fork.
いいの？
Is that really okay?
別に
It's nothing special,
大したものじゃない。
really. Kurisu had always wanted her own fork. Right. I knew this didn't make up for anything. I just wanted to do it. Yeah, thank you, honestly. I'm not very good with chopsticks.
お箸使う
Mom
の
always
苦手
lectured
なん
me
だ。
about it.
ママからもいつも注意されてて。あ、
Oh,
これ
it's got a bunny on the
先っ
end.
ぽにウサギさん
How
がついてる。
cute.
かわい
I'm glad she mentioned that, not gonna lie.
い。
My
私
own
専用
fork.
のフォーク。
This means I own two things
私の
now.
もの。これで2つ目だ。
The other must have been the keychain that Mayuri gave her.
でも
I
なん
don't
で
know
かな。
why, but
私
it feels like I've
こ
always
れ
wanted
ずっと欲し
this.
かったような気がする。
Mm-hmm.
もしかして
Could this
こ
be
れ
one
も
of
クリ
Kurisu's
スさんの
memories?
記憶なのかな。
Perhaps.
さあ、
I don't really know.
どうだろう
Fucking
な。
liar.
ねえ、オカリンさ
Hey,
ん。
Okarin.
オカリンさん
You were
は
in love with
クリスさん
Kurisu,
のこと
weren't you?
好きだったんでしょ？
I don't have to do a recreation of that one. I almost choked at the unexpected change of the direction of the conversation.
大丈夫？
Are you okay? Yeah, straight for the jugular. Where did that
いきなり
come
なんで
from?
そうなる？
だって
Because that's what it means when someone is important to you,
そういう
right?
ことでしょ？
I mean, not entirely wrong.
で、ど
So,
うなの？
is it true?
好きだった
Did you
の？
love her? See, the thing is, it's not past tense, it is present. Unfortunately for him. She seemed genuinely interested. I guess she was the right age for that.
まあ、
Well,
あ
it's
い
true
つと
that
の出会
meeting
い
her
が
changed my life.
俺の人生を大きく変えたのは確かだな。
ああ、ご
You
まか
changed
し
the
た。
subject. No fair.
でも
But
人生
I
を
like the
変え
idea
る
of
ほど
someone
の
being
大
so
切な
important
人。
to you that they changed your life.
なんか憧れるかも。
She changed everything, past and future. Quite fucking literally. Like, genuinely, quite fucking literally.
ねえ、オカリンさんから見て、
What kind of
マキセ
person do
ク
you
リスさん
think
って
she was?
どんな人だったの？
気になるか？
Are you interested?
自分の
I
頭
want to
の
know
中に
more
ある
about the
記憶
person
の
who
持ち
owns
主
these
のこと
memories in my
も
head.
っと知りたいよ。
That's fair.
俺が教えなくても
You still have her memories,
それこそ
even if I don't
記
tell
憶
you,
として
right?
頭の中にあるんじゃないのか？
それが
But I can't
自分
force
で
myself to
思い出
remember
そうとし
them.
ても思い
Sometimes
出
they
せない
just
んだよ
come out
ね
in fragments.
時々断片的に出てくるだけでそれも大抵
And,
難しい
and it's all
こと
really
ばかり
complicated stuff.
だから
So I
も
want
っ
to
と
know
人
more
間的な
about
部
what
分って
kind
い
of
う
person
の
she was,
そう
you
い
know?
う人となりとか
Fair.
教えてほしいなって
Kaguri had never actually met Kurisu, had she? No, because she died in fucking 2010. Imagine just chilling at the bridge and overhearing this conversation. I mean, yeah, that's fair. If she was sharing the memories of someone she'd never met, it wouldn't make sense if she wanted to know more about her.
あいつは
She... Kurisu
マキセ・クリス
Makise
は
was a very
とにかく
curious girl.
好奇心の強いやつだったよ。
She was a scientist.
ふむふむ
I see, I see.
その上頑固で
And she was
自分
stubborn.
が正しいと思っ
If
た
she
ことは
thought she was right,
誰に
she
何を
would
言
never
われて
back
も
down.
決して
no matter
曲げることは
what.
なかった。
Yep,
そうなんだ
I see.
不遜で
She
強
was
がり
arrogant
で
and
そ
strong-willed,
のくせ
but also really lonely.
寂しがり屋で
The memories of all the conversations I had with Kurisu and everything I'd gone through with her came flooding back into my mind. I talked to her here just like this once before, come to think of it. Not on this world line though.
それに
And she was scary when
怒
she
ると
got
怖かっ
mad.
た。
怖い
Scary?
どんな風に
How?
回答して会
She'd
話
say
に電
stuff
極
like,
ぶっ
I'll
刺
cut
す
open your skull and jam an electrode into your hippocampus. Yeah, she said that not that long ago. Funny that. Meh. And then for some reason she ran a few steps forward and spun around. And then
そんなこと
you
言って
keep
ると
talking like that, and I'll cut open your skull and jam an electrode into your hippocampus. Oh dear. Okay, I guess I'm saying this again. Should I cut open your skull and jam an electrode into your hippocampus right now? Kurisu.
なんて
Was it like
こ
that?
んな感じ
A little bit.
オカリンさん
Okarin.
お
Oh,
いや
no. The memories of Kurisu inside Kagari. If they could be perfectly replicated inside Kagari's head, would Kagari Shina become Kurisu Makise? It was a stupid idea. Personality and memories were different things. But even so, if her memories turned into Kurisu's completely, if that happened,
オカリンさん
she's small. She always looks so tall, her sprites, but I guess she's small, isn't she? Or at least smaller than Okabe. Anyways, Okarin. Huh? Kagari wandered back up to me, put her weight against me. It was so sudden I caught my breath. I could feel her warmth on my chest. The feeling of her skin. It reminded me of Kurisu.
クリス
The sound of her pained moan brought me back to reality.
どうした
What's wrong, Kagari?
頭
My head.
頭
My head.
頭が痛いの
Your
か
head hurts? Kagari's body twitched in my arms. No. No.
もうあんなと
I
こ
don't want to go back. Oh dear.
助けて誰か
Save me. Someone. Someone get me out of here. What's happened?
どうしたんだ
What's wrong,
Kagari?
Kagari?
助けてママ
Save me, Mama.
助
Why won't you save me? Mama. Mama. Oh dear.
落ち着け
Calm down.
落ち着
Calm
くんだ
down,
鏡
Kaguri. I grabbed her hands to keep her from struggling anymore. The people on the street were staring at me, but I didn't have time to think about it. Thank God. It's
大丈夫
okay. It's
大丈夫だ
okay.
オカリンさん。
歩けるか
Can you walk?
とにかく
Let's get back to the
ラ
lab.
ボに戻ろう
She'd finally calmed down, but seemed to still be in pain. I let her lean on my shoulder as I took her back to the lab. Once I got back, she went to sleep and didn't wake up. Her headache seemed to have calmed down, but sometimes she would still moan. I contacted Mayuri and the others, but they were probably going to arrive soon, but the words she'd said before. Save me. Someone. Someone get me out of here. Save me, Mama. Why won't you save me? Mama. Mama. PTSD go brr. What was that? A flashback? Were those fragments of her lost memories? If that was the case, then she really was. Okarin! Just as I went to look at the clock, the door opened and Mayuri and Lukuko came running in.
係さん
Is
大丈夫
Kaguri
なんですか
okay?
ああ
Yeah,
今はよ
she's
く眠って
sleeping
いる
now.
よかった
I'm so glad. She must have heard us talking because Kaguri's eyes slowly opened.
係さん
Kaguri.
Oh.
Uh-huh.
あれ
Where am
Koko-
I?
どこ
She looked around, afraid.
落ち着いて
Calm
こ
down.
こはラボで
You're
す
in
よ
the lab.
ラ
The
ボ
lab.
に
Japan.
そうだよ
That's right.
日本の
Akihabara, Japan.
秋葉原だよ日本
Japan.
私
I'm in Japan.
あそ
Oh,
っか
that's right.
私
The exchange
交換留学
program.
で
Kurisu.
そういえば公
I
演
need
の
to get
準
ready for
備
the
は
lecture, don't I? No.
留学
Exchange program.
様子が
She's acting
変です
strange.
ね
Hey,
おか
Okarin. Yeah, my thoughts too, Rintaro. Exchange program. Lecture. Those were Kurisu's memories.
あれ
Huh?
論
My
文
paper.
論
Where's
文
my
は
paper?
パ
I
パに
worked
見て
really
もら
hard
おう
on
と
it
思
so
っ
I
て
could show it to
頑張
Dad.
って書いたんだけど
It's not worth showing to your dad, but that's a different problem.
落ち着け鏡
Calm down, Kaguri.
それは君
Those
の
aren't
記
your
憶じゃない
memories. Kaguri looked up at me in a daze.
オカリン
Okarin.
そう
That's right.
お前は
Your name is
椎名
Kaguri
鏡だ
Shina, not
Makise
Kurisu
Kurisu じゃな
Makise.
い
カガリ
Kaguri.
私
My
は
name is
シーナ
Kaguri.
カガリ
Yeah, I'm not. No.
ルカ子悪いが
I love when
Kaguri no
there's
koto
jump
tanamu.
cuts in my visual novels. That's my favorite thing. Lukako, sorry. Can you handle this?
はい
Yes. Kaguri was confused for a while after that, but she gradually started to calm down again. Once it seemed safe to do so, I'd taken her back to Yanabayashi Shrine. But maybe we weren't going to be able to look after Kaguri ourselves after all. Maybe we should take her to a hospital. I think that would make it more complicated. Especially in Japan. Especially in Japan, like, more than 10 years ago. Was it my ego that was stopping me from doing so? I kept thinking about that as I walked along.
今日は
Maishi's gonna stay over tonight, okay? Yeah,
そう
that
して
would
も
be
ら
a
える
big
と助
help.
かる。
It would make Kagari feel a lot better.
なるべく
Try to treat her
普
like you
段と
normally
同じよう
would,
に接してや
as
って
much
くれ
as。possible. Yeah,
分かった
okay. I told her to contact me right away if anything came up, then headed back to the lab.
かがりひどい
Is
の
Kagari in bad shape? I mean, that's one way to put it. That was the first thing Suzuha said to me when I walked through the door. She and Maho were sitting on the sofa. I told them about the situation already via Ryan. But they were still worried anyway, probably.
今は落ち着いてるが、
She's calmed down now,
一時はか
but
な
she
り
was
混
very
乱していた。
confused for a while.
やっぱり
Is it Kurisu's memories?
ああ、
Yeah.
ここま
At
で
this
来る
point, I
と
don't think there's any doubt.
もう間違いないだろう。
They still didn't know why, but inside Kagari's mind were Kurisu's Makise's memories, blah 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 blah. The question was how to deal with this problem. There were limits to what we could do on our own. The most we could hope to do was figure out how this had happened. That wouldn't be a real solution. To really fix this, we need to get her back to normal, to erase Kurisu's memories and restore the original Kagari. And for that, we need the help of a specialist. Maho Hiyajo was a specialist in that sense. There was nobody else who knew as much about memories and the workings of the brain. But there was a problem. We still hadn't told her that Kagari is from the future. In this world line, Maho didn't know Suzuha and the others that well. Of course, she didn't know about the future of the time machine. Was it okay to tell her?
ね
Hey,
えあなた
how
たち
did you
は
guys meet
かがりさんとは
Kagari?
どうやって知り合ったの
Oh boy.
漆原さんのところ
I
に来
wonder
る
what she
前
was
は
up to before she
彼女
came
は
to
どこで何を
Shibata's
していたのか
house.
しらかがりは千葉
Kagari
の
was
県
found near
境
the
で倒れていたと
prefectural
ころ
border
を
in
助け
Chiba.
られたんだ意識を取り
When
戻
she
した
woke
時
up, she
点
didn't
で
have any
それ以
memories
前
of
の
what
記
had
憶は
happened
なかった
before. That was the same as the last world line.
でも子供の
But she
頃
had
の
her
記憶は
memories
あ
of
るん
when
でし
she
ょ
was a kid, right?
鈴葉さん
You knew
は
her,
彼
didn't
女
you?
と知り合いだったのよね
Oh, have good sleeps, Relix. Thank you so much for popping in. I appreciated it.
子供の頃の彼女
Where
は
was she when she
どこ
was a
で
kid?
何をしていたの
Suzuha looked at me silently, and then I looked at my phone. Is Kagari okay? Aren't you the one that's supposed to be She's fine, don't worry. I'll do something. We're all doing our best. Isn't Kagari with Mayuri though? I'll just go with this one. We're all doing our best. That's right. Daru and Maho are helping, and so are you. What about Suzuha? And we've got your help too, so we'll be fine. Yeah, Maishi will do her best. Yeah, keep it up. Thanks, Okani. No. She felt responsible for what Kagari was going through right now, probably. I could see on her face that she wanted to bring back the old Kagari somehow.
おじさんどうする
What do we do?
ヒヤジョウさんに話し
Can
て
we
も
tell her? Maho was a scientist. If you told her the truth, she'd be sure to take an interest in time travel. She might start working on a time machine. That was a big risk. But
かがりを救う方
if
法
you
を
want to
突き
save
止めるために
Kagari,
は
we don't have a choice,
やむを
I
得ないか。
guess. I thought for a moment, then nodded. My priority right now is helping Kagari. Suzuha nodded back and then turned to face Maho.
今から話すことを知っ
Only
て
a
いるのは
few of the
ごく一部の人
Only
間
a
しかい
very
ない
few people know what I'm about to tell you.
だから
So
ヒヤジョ
make
ウさ
sure
ん
you
も
don't tell anyone,
決して他
okay?
の誰かに漏らしたりはしないで
What's all this about? Maho seemed overwhelmed by the sudden chill emanating from Suzuha. But Suzuha kept talking.
冗談に聞こえる
It
かも
may
しれ
seem
ない
like
け
a
ど
joke, but it isn't.
冗談なんかじゃないんだ。約束できるか否
Can you
か
promise or not? Pick
答えは
one.
2つに1つだ。
Maho looked at me, hesitant. But she must have seen something in my face.
わかったわ。
Fine.
誰にも
I
言わ
won't
ない。
tell anyone.
約束す
I
る。
promise. She nodded.
それじゃ
Alright.
あ、まずはさっき
I'll
の質
start
問
by
の答
answering
え。
your first question.
子供の頃、
Where were Kaguri and I
私と
when
か
she
なり
was a
がどこ
kid?
で何をしていたか。私たちは
We were living in
第三次世界大
2036.
戦が終わった
After
後
the
も
Third World War ended
未だ
and
各
civil
地で
wars
内戦
raged
が
on
続く戦時
everywhere.
下に暮らしていた。
Maho's mouth hung open for a second, but soon her cheeks flushed with anger.
からかわないで。
Don't make fun of me.
人が真
I'm
剣に
being
聞いてるの
serious
に。
here. Suzuha remained silent. Her eyes were ice cold and staring straight into Maho's.
ヒヤジョーさん、
Hiyajo,
鈴葉が最初に忠告したはずだ。
this isn't a fictional story.
作り話でも冗談でもない。鈴葉とかがりは
Suzuha and Kaguri came from
25
25
年後の
years in
未
the
来からやって
future
きた存
in a
在
time
なんだ。
machine.
タイム、
タイムマシ
In
ン
a tea machine?
そんなものが
There's no
作
way
れ
you
る
can
わけ
make.
が。
その理論の大
Even
元
if
を
I
作っ
told
た
you it
の
was
が
Kurisu Makise who
Makise
came up with the
Kurisu と
basic
言ってい
theory.
るか。
And the second I said Kurisu's name, the anger vanished from her face.
そん
That
なの
can't.
わかった。
Fine. I'll listen to what you
聞く
have
だ
to
けは
say.
聞くわ。
Suzuha, I told her almost everything. How I met Kurisu, about the D-mails, what happened in the Alpha World line, the development of the time machine, Mayuri's death, attractor field theory, what happened in 2036, what was going on with Kaguri. The one thing I didn't tell her was the truth about Kurisu's death.
とりあえず話を
Just
整
give
理
me a
させ
moment
て
to。process all that. So fair, sweetie. Take your time.
つまり鈴葉さんと
What
か
you're
がりさん
telling
は
me is that Suzuha and
岡部さんに
Kaguri
未
came
来を
here
変
from
え
the
て
year
もらうために
2036 to have Okabe change
2036
the
年から
future,
やってきたと。
right?
そういうのね。そうだよ。
That's right. Maho sank into the sofa inside. I can't imagine Okabe being capable of pulling
そん
something
な
like
大層
that
なこと
off.
ができるとは思えないわ。
Okay, rude, first of all. I'm right here.
たった一人の人間に全
I
人
can't
類
believe
の
the
命
fate
運
of
が
all
かかってい
humanity
るなんて。
rests on a single person.
俺だって無理だと
I
思
don't
って
think I
い
can
る。
do it either. I've given up, actually. On the entire future.
到底信じられない
It's not
話では
really
ある。
believable, but
あるけど。でも
with the theory you
あなたの言った
described
その
might
理論
allow
なら
for a time leap,
確かに
Yes.
タイムリープは可能かもしれない。
and it did.
それに何より
And more than anything,
その
it
理
was
論の
Kurisu
元
who
を
came
作っ
up
た
with
のは
that theory,
クリスな
right?
んでしょ。
Not only came up with it, but made the time leap machine.
だったら
Then it's worth
検証
looking
に値する
into
わ。だってあの子は
because she was the
天才だもの。
genius. Yes, she was. Her words together seemed like a mixture of admiration, jealousy, and envy.
信じるんだな。
So you believe it? Yeah.
その代わり
In exchange,
今度見せて
I
ほ
want
し
you
い
to
わ
let
ね。
me see that time
そのタイ
machine.
ムマシンを乗ってきたっていう
If
な
you
ら
came here
あるん
in
で
it,
しょ。
it still has to be
どこか
around,
に
right?
ある。
It is.
すぐ近く
It's
にあ
very
る。
close.
検証作業は必
I'll
要
need
だ
to
けど
look into this,
と
but
り
I've
あえず
decided to believe
あな
you
たた
for
ちの
now.
話を信じること
So
に
I
す
want you
る。
to help me to believe.
だからあなたたちも私に信じさせるよう協力して。わかった。
Alright. There is no hesitation in her voice.
ありがとう。
Thank you. Suzuha said it was okay. It wasn't my place to speak. If Maho was going to help, that was all that mattered.
話を
Let's get
か
back
がり
to
の件に
Kaguri.
戻そう。さっきも言ったように
Like I just told you,
はぐ
she
れたのは
separated from Suzuha
彼
when
女
she
が
was
10歳の
10.
頃 そしてそれ以降
And we have no idea where she
先
was
月に
until
なって
she
見
was
つかるま
found
での
last
足取り
month.
は全くつかめていない。俺は
I'm thinking she
その
may
間
not have been in
彼
Japan.
女が海外にいたんじゃないかと考えている。
For how long? I have no way of knowing. It may have been the whole time, or perhaps only a week.
オカリンおじさんの
Uncle
仮説だ
Okarin's
と
hypothesis is
ビ
that
ク
she
ト
was
ル・
at
コンド
Victor
リア大学
Conjurer
にいたことになる
University.
ね。
ああ、
Yeah,
そし
and
て
that in some form or another,
何らかの
she made
形で
contact with
アマデウ
Amadeus.
スと接触した。
The look on Maho's face was one between acceptance and resignation. She sighed loudly. A copy of Kurisu's memory data had been saved for use by Amadeus. This data was the only possible source for the memories within Kaguri's head. Her words today had only strengthened my theory. Exchange program, lecture. These fragments of memories were all from before she'd come to Japan. The memory data had last been saved just before she'd come to America. Or... Yeah, I think that's wrong. Because she was in America when she made the data save, whatever. That was another match.
この前
I just checked with Dr. Lipsnin a while ago. Kurisu's memory data has been sealed away, and no one can access it, he
誰
said.
もアクセスできないはずだと言っていたわ。ただ
But I don't have
そ
the
れが事実か
authority
ど
to
うかを
check
確か
that
める
for
権限
myself.
は今のそれに
And it's
プロ
possible
ジェクトが
someone
凍
took the
結され
data
る前
before the
に
project was
何者
shut
かが
down.
データを持ち出したことだって考えられるし、
持ち出すことのできる
The
人
only
間
people
は
who could have done that
ア
were
マデウ
people
スの研
involved
究
with
に携わ
Amadeus
っていた人
research,
間に限
right?
定されるんじゃないか。
そうとは限ら
Not
ない。
necessarily.
外部からサーバー
Anybody
に
could
侵
do
入
it
す
if
れ
they
ば
hacked into the
誰にだってで
server.
きることよ。
Anyone was an exaggeration. Your average person wouldn't have a clue. You'd have to be a super hacker.
問題は目的ね
The。question is why.
岡
If
部
your
さんの
theory
仮
is
説が
right,
正しいと
why
し
would
て
they want to do that?
なぜそんなことをする必要があったのか。
The most obvious possibility was that someone wanted access to Kurisu Makise's mind, which is honestly making me think of her dad. Amadeus should suffice for that. There's no need to move her memories into another person's brain. And why would they want her mind that badly anyway? She was a genius, sure, but she's only published a single paper. There was no reason to think it would be that important to anyone. Unless...
もし
What if someone knew that the
Kurisuの
basic
記憶の中
theory
に
of time travel was
タ
locked
イ
in
ムマシン理
Kurisu's
論の基礎があるこ
memories?
とを何者かが知ったとしたら
Someone out there would want it.
でも
But
クリス
Kurisu
が
arrived
そ
at
の
that
理論
theory
に
in
行
the
き着いたの
other
は
world line you
あ
were
なたの
telling me
言う
about,
別の世
right?
界線なんでしょ。
中鉢論文
Have
を
you
知って
ever
る
heard
か
of Dr. Nakabachi's paper?
中鉢
Nakabachi?
それって
The guy
ロ
who
シア
sought
に亡命
asylum
し
in
た
Russia?
そうだ。
例
That's right.
の論文に
I
は
took a
私も
look
軽く
at
目を
it,
通した
and
けど
calling it a paper is being
とて
way
も
too
論文と言えるも
kind.
のではなかったわ。
あれは
I think it's an
Lekka copy
inferior
だと俺は
copy,
考えてい
and
る。
there's another version, an
オリジナルが
original.
別に存在するんだ。
一体何
What
の
are you
話。
talking about?
ドクター中鉢
Dr.
の本名は
Nakabachi's real name is Shoichi
Makise
Makise. His Kurisu's real
Kurisu.
father. I thought back to what I saw that day.
私も考えてみ
I've
たの。
I've also been thinking about whether it's possible to create a time machine.
読んで
Read this. I want your opinion, Dad. It's not bad.
本当
Really?
この論文は
I think maybe we could publish it under both our names.
学会には出す。
Don't publish this.
これは
I'll
私が
take
預
it.
かっておく。
そういえば
Come to think of it,
クリスが日
I
本に行く
remember
前
her
に言
saying
ってたの
before she left Japan that she was going to see her dad. He was
新しい理
announcing a
論の
new
発表会
theory,
をするら
and
し
she'd
く
been given an
てその招待
invitation.
状が来たって。
That day Nakabachi had stolen Kurisu's paper, and after he'd gone to Russia, he'd published his own paper. I hadn't seen it myself. Whenever I thought about it, I always thought about what I'd seen that day, and what happened right after. so I'd been avoiding it. But I heard the professors at school talking about it. It was so terrible that it becomes something of a running gag. What if it was just a bad copy of an original? If what had been published was just Nakabachi's own reinterpretation of Kurisu's theory, an original still existed somewhere else. That's right. Kurisu had written the original theory. It had to be better than that. She had actually succeeded in making the time leap machine. Then you mean someone found out about this paper and is trying to get the theory needed to make a working time machine out of Kurisu's brain? The cause of the Third World War was the intensification of the race for the time machine between the EU and Russia. Even America started to get involved, and it got completely out of hand. Things are proceeding exactly as history said they would. Those people had attacked the lab in the last world line. Tennoji had said they weren't Japanese, but they were military. Some military wanted Kurisu's time machine theory. That would explain why they chose to download her memories into Kaguri's mind. Annoying message. I'm worried about Kaguri. Same. Believe in us. We'll do what we can. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Believe in us. Oh. Right. That's right. I believe in you more than anyone, Okabe. No. Dog, literally why? It's almost midnight. Of course, in Hashida and Maho too. If there's anything I can do, let me know. I'll do anything. I'll let you know. Please and thank you. No. Tennoji mentioned they were a Western power too. Yeah. Amadeus would never talk about something that I didn't want to talk about. But what about a human? There were truth serums and torture methods. A human could be forced to talk, maybe. Maybe they'd done that to Kaguri. Of course, this was just a guess. But if it was the military that had tried to kidnap Kaguri, it was quite possible. Moving memory data into a brain, huh? It's possible, right? Even with modern technology. Kurisu succeeded in it, and she said it was an application of her own research. Yeah, that's right. It's possible. And that's what Amadeus was originally created to do. Medical applications, wasn't it? Lexioninen had talked about it at the seminar, and Maho had interpreted. On this world line, Amadeus had been shut down and the seminar had never happened, though. Maho gave me the same explanation I'd heard before. I was right, and memory data transplants were theoretically possible. Kurisu's time leap machine is another application of this. Of course, both of them were intended to move the memories back into the original person's head. Yep. And Kurisu had said that even that was dangerous. Then what would happen if you tried to move them to another person's head? I don't think it would be as simple as copying them to a hard drive on a PC with a different OS. Yeah. OS, operating system, the basic software of a computer that controls the entire system and allows the other programs to operate in parallel. Ironically, this is a Windows application that I'm using on Mac. Anyways, we don't even know how much capacity the human brain has. In terms of strict storage capacity, it should easily have enough room to store the memories of two 20-year-old girls. Daddy had once told me that the brain storage capacity was 3.24 terabytes. Interesting. But the problem goes beyond that. Like you said, we're still not even at the point of successfully downloading memories back into the original brain. If you try to copy those memories into someone else's brain, it could cause some serious inconsistency. It could cause some serious inconsistency problems, like my fucking reading. In fact, we're seeing those errors start to happen right now. What will happen to Kaguri if we don't do anything? Will she turn into Kurisu Makise? Memories and personality are different things. Memories are controlled by the hippocampus and cerebral cortex. Personality is constructed by the prefrontal cortex. The functions of the two are intricately connected. Different parts of the brain had different functions, but they weren't completely independent. Memories probably played a large role in forming your personality. The mix of the two sets of memories is probably putting a lot of stress on her brain. If we don't do something, it could cause her entire personality to disintegrate. Suzuha slammed her fist into her knees in frustration. Is there some way to stop it? The only way is to remove Kurisu's memories from Kaguri's mind. Can you do it? If I can analyze the data in her brain, yes. But how many years away that is, I don't know. Suzuha's fists were clenched so tightly I could almost hear the sound. I could tell she was blaming herself for letting Kaguri run away. If there was a way, it would be to overwrite her past memories again. Overwrite her memories? I don't think whoever altered her memories intended to leave her original ones. She might have been right. Putting two sets of memories in one mind was just asking for problems. Which means the experiments they'd done on her had resulted in a different outcome than they intended. In a sense, they had failed. So if you were able to overwrite her memories once more, with proper equipment, it might fix her. But we don't have that memory data. We just have to hope they made backups. What about the equipment? It would be great if we could just find it somewhere, but if it doesn't exist, we can make it. It's not that easy. But Kurisu made it, right? Huh? Oh, right. It had to work similarly to the time leap machine. Which means I can. No. I will make it, too. I might be able to help with that. The question is where to find her memory data, though. We'll just have to find it somehow. So true. There simply wasn't enough information. All we knew was that it was a non-Japanese Western military. And that information wasn't solid either. If anyone held the key, it was the woman in the motorcycle suit. Wonder who that was. I thought of a name and quickly brushed it from my mind. Any good ideas? No. It wasn't Yuki Amane. It couldn't be. We talked late into the night trying to come up with a way to find out who had done the experiments on Kaguri. But even though we spent a lot of time on it, none of us had any good ideas. I can't believe it. No, but it's true, isn't it? On the train back, Maho Hiyaja was having trouble controlling her excitement. Two girls who said they came from the future, and Rintaro Okabe's story about the time leap machine. Normally she'd never believe them. But if Kurisu Makise's mind had made these things possible, she could accept them. Kurisu was a genius. She just might be capable of it. To Maho, Kurisu seemed capable of anything. And most of all, she'd seen it for herself. On the way back from the lab, Suzuha had taken her to the top of the radio building and showed her a real time machine. It was night. She didn't have a lot of time to look at it closely, but she'd tell at a glance it wasn't made with modern technology. Honestly, she wanted to start work on making another one tomorrow. No, right now even. But she had something to do first. That time-late machine that Kurisu had made. She needed to make an improved version. That meant she was going to be practically living at Okabe's lab for a while. So she decided to get what she needed from the office in Wako City. From outside the building, she could see that the lights were still on despite the late hour. Maho. As soon as she got inside, Dr. Lixton rushed over, his face pale. I don't like that. Yeah, all the papers are all over the place. What happened here? The room had clearly been ransacked. Of course, the place barely had anything in it to begin with, so with a quick glance it was hard to see what had changed. But Maho and Dr. Luxton's desk had clearly been searched. The drawers had been locked, but the locks had been broken and their contents spilled out. Dr. Rios hadn't brought much of anything, fortunately, and so she escaped with very little damage, but her drawers had been dumped out too. What happened here? Someone broke in. A thief? It was like this when I got here. It might be espionage. In an empty office like this? Wouldn't it make more sense to hit the Riken Institute next door? Only a few people even knew this office existed to begin with. Suddenly, Okabe's words began to take on a new meaning for her. Could this have something to do with what he'd said? Words. Was a secret war over the time machine already beginning? Anyway, Maho, I want you to see if anything's been stolen from your things. Okay. Well, was anything taken? No, nothing of mine. She checked the desk and drawers and couldn't find a single thing missing. What about you two? You don't seem to have lost anything either. I looked at my computer, but I don't see any trace of access by a third party. You sure nothing was stolen? Yes. Come to think of it, Maho, what about your laptop? Was that stolen? Oh, I left it out of the hotel. It should be fine. I see. I hope you're right. What do we do? Call the police? If nothing was stolen, it might not do us any good to make a fuss. You're right. Maybe we should just wait and see what happens. Maho wasn't sure that was a good idea, but she could understand that going to the police would be a big hassle, especially since they weren't Japanese to begin with. And more than anything, Dr. Luxton probably didn't want to lose time that could be spent on research. The same was true of Maho too. Actually, Professor, I need a favor. Dr. Luxton agreed to give her a vacation much more readily than she expected. Maybe coming to the office over New Year's had paid off. Now she'd be able to focus on the time leap machine. When she got back to her hotel room, she quickly got her things ready. She wasn't checking out of the hotel, but she needed clothes and other things so she could stay at the lab for a while. Okay, the last thing I need is... When she finished packing her bag, she grabbed another bag that was placed next to it. It was the laptop and portable hard drive that she got from Kurisu's mother after her death. She tried many times to crack the password, but never managed to succeed. She knew that she wouldn't have time to do anything with it, but she didn't want to leave it here.
そうだわ。
That's right.
確か彼。
Wasn't he? After she made one last check of her things and got ready to leave the room, an idea came to her. Not a bad idea, if I do say so myself. Maybe this is what Kurisu wanted? She quickly shook her head and chased the idea from her mind. Kurisu would get mad at her. Life and death were like a binary, 1 and 0. You could be one or the other. There was no will that existed after death, if it existed at all. It existed inside the brain. Alright, back to Okabe. Several days passed, and I still had no idea who had planted the memories in Kaguri's head. And I went all the way out to talk to the priest who'd found her, and even questioned the locals in the surrounding area, but I had no luck. Suzuha seemed to be doing her own research. She hadn't been back to the lab since then. She was in touch with Dario at regular intervals, so I didn't think she was in danger. I asked Tanoji and Moika again, but neither of them seemed to have any luck. In this road line, the lab hadn't even been attacked, which meant they might be up to something else. Even if they were, I had no way of even imagining what it was. But I was sure that someone had kidnapped a young Kaguri Shina and experimented on her, and only recently had she escaped. They had to be planning something, and I was sure it was bad. We didn't have time to wait for them to act. But without any clues, there was nothing we could do. My mind kept going in circles, and I kept getting more frustrated and nervous with every minute.
すみません。
Sorry to make you do all of this for me,
私のため
Maho.
に。
No, it's
あと
almost
少しで
done,
できそうだから。
and I'm doing it for me too.
これは私のためでもあるんだし。
Maho staggered out of the development room, sank into the sofa and smiled sleepily. There were dark spots under her eyes. For the last few days, she'd been working on the device without any sleep. Her work needed to pay off soon, as fast as possible.
それにしても、
Anyway,
携
I
帯電
never
話
would
を
have
使う
come
だ
up
なん
with the
て
idea of using a
普
cell
通考
phone,
えないわ。
and even if I had,
た
I
とえ
never would have
考えつ
actually
いたと
tried
して
it.
も、実行に移そうなんて
That's fair.
思わない。
携帯は話すときに
When you're talking on a
どうして
cell
も受
phone,
話器
you
を
need to
こめか
put
み
it
付近
up
に
to
近
your
づける必
temples,
要
you
があ
know?
るからな。
こめかみ周辺には
That's where the
大脳
frontal and
前頭葉と
temporal
大脳
lobes
側
are.
頭葉がありますからね。側頭葉の
If
会
you
話
consider
妨害
that
が記憶
the
を貯蓄する場所だと
parahippocampal
考える
gyrus in the
と、
temporal
妥
lobe
当
is
な
where
判断かと。
memories are stored. It makes sense, I think.
問題は
The question is how we
どうやって
compress the
記憶を
memories,
圧縮
isn't
させ
it?
るかよね。
それについては
I'm working day and
も
night
っか
to make
僕が
that
毎日
happen.
徹夜で頑張ってるわけだが、
すまないな。
Sorry, Daru.
しかも
And you absolutely insisted that I not let them find out that I'm hacking in from this lab, so it's extra hard. I got other work to do too, you know. To compress the memories, we need CERN's LHC, no matter what. Poking at CERN again, are we? LHC, an abbreviation of Large Hadron Collider, which is an experimental device used to cause charged particles to collide and study the results. Built by CERN and located 100 meters below the ground in Geneva, Switzerland, it is the world's largest ring-shaped particle accelerator. Its total length is 27 kilometers. Many different teams, including one from Japan, use the device to perform experiments. The reason it's a ring is that when discharged particles pass through an electromagnetic field, the Lorentz force causes them to bend. I mean, they have dirt on at least 2 rounders, so I think they're mostly fine with CERN. I'm not convinced on that, but what you said, spooky, by the way. I wasn't just saying that to nothing. Science, yeah. That one took a lot of thought. If we made an enemy out of CERN, that tragedy I'd gone through before would repeat. But the main reason that CERN had attacked us was the emails we'd sent to the past. If it weren't for that, they probably wouldn't have bothered. And since we weren't sending D-mails, CERN would probably never even detect us. Probably. Fortunately, Suzuha had the IBM 5100 that we needed for the hack. Things were coming together better than I expected.
にしてもさ、おか
You
げ
know what, Gorin?
彼女
She's almost a completely
と
different
別人
person
みたい
now.
なんですけど。
You're right. I nodded at Dardu. For the past few days, more of Kurisu's memories had been invading Kaguri's mind. Lately, she'd even started discussing complex technical subjects with Maho. She was acting just like Kurisu used to when she lived in America. At first, Maho seemed put off, but she eventually adapted. Maho probably wanted to get details about the device from Kurisu, so it seemed to be helping.
それにしても
You know, even after
こ
seeing
ん
the
なラボ
time
で
machine,
本当にタイムリ
I
ープ
still
マシ
can't
ンを
believe
作
you
って
made
た
the
なんて
time weight machine in a lab
実
like
際にタイム
this.
マシンを目にした今でも信じられないわでも人
The
間の
idea
記
of
憶を丸
digitizing
ごとデ
human
ータ化して
memories
過
and
去に
sending
飛ば
them
す
to
な
the
んて
past
発
is
想
an
は
amazing
すごい
one.
ですよね
You're brilliant,
さすが
Maho.
は真帆先輩 その言葉
I'll say the
そっ
exact
くり
same
その
thing
ままあなた
to
に返してあげるわはい
you. Huh?
あなたは天才で
You're a genius, and in
所
the
詮
end,
私
I'm
は
just
サリエリだっ
celery.
たってことよ
Watching the two of them, it was easy to fool myself into thinking that was Maho and Kurisu talking. Headphones.
な
Hey,
あかがり
Kaguri.
そうだ
Oh,
アマ
right.
デウスで
I
思い
want to
出
ask
しまし
about
たけど
Amadeus.
プロジェクト
What
は
happened to
ど
the
うなってるんですか
project?
残念ながら
Unfortunately, it was shut
凍結されたわ。
down.
かがり
Kaguri.
凍結
Shut down?
どうして
Why?
もしか
Did
して
Dr.
レスキネン
Lexman
教授が決
decide
め
to
たん
do
です
that?
か私にもわか
I
らない
don't
わ
know. The professor said the orders
教
came
授
from
はもっと
higher
上
up,
からの指示だって言ってたけどそんな
but it was
せっか
going
く
so
順調に言っ
well.
てたのに
なあ
Hey,
クリス
Kurisu.
はい
Yes? Hmm. Agreed.
あ
Huh?
あれ
Huh?
私
What was I
今
just...
君はかがり
You're Kaguri.
シー
Kaguri
ナかがりだ
Shina,
よな
right?
シーナ
Kaguri
かがり
Shina.
そう
That's right.
私は
I'm
シー
Kakari
ナ
Shina.
かがり
I'm...
私は
Kaguri suddenly put her hands up to her head, afraid.
でも
But
それじゃ
then,
これは
what are these memories in my head?
頭の中にある記憶は何
それはマキセクリス
They're
の記憶だ
Kurisu Makise's memories,
君の記憶
not
じゃない
yours.
そんなこと言わ
I
れて
don't
も
know
わ
what
か
that
んないよ
means. Kaguri was acting completely different now than she was just a moment ago with Maho. She raised her voice like a child throwing a tantrum.
だって
To me,
私にとって
these
は
are all my
私の
memories.
記憶でしかないんだもんマユリンママた
My
ちとの
memories
記
with
憶も
Mama
子
Mayuri,
供の頃
my
のパパとの
memories
記
with
憶
my
も
dad when I was a
アメ
kid,
リカの大
and
学
my
での
memories
出
of
来
the
事も
college in America are all
全部
inside me.
私の中にあるんだもん
Indeed.
どれが本当で
I don't
どれか
know
嘘
which
かなん
are
て
real and which are fake.
私わかんないよ
Her words turned to sobs. I could understand how she felt. From her perspective, it was all real. None of it was fake. It was easy to tell her to get a hold of herself, but it wasn't that easy for her to actually do it. I remembered what Kurisu had said when she'd finished the time leap machine. She said you could never put your memories inside someone else's mind. It would destroy their personality. But just if we were to leave Kaguri like this, what would happen? There was only a chance that her own memories would disappear and only Kurisu's would remain. If that happened, who would the person in front of me become? Would they be Kaguri? Or would they be Kurisu? If it was Kurisu... That wasn't true. It was impossible. I couldn't even think about it. But the more I thought, the more I felt a horrible idea tugging at my mind, no matter how much I tried to ignore it. Tell me,
私
what am I
ど
supposed
う
to
したらいい
do?
の
Save me,
助けて
Mama, Papa. It would have been great if Mayuri was around. But unfortunately, both she and Lukako had gone to school. I mean, they gotta get some education. Both of them were worried about Kaguri, and had told me to contact them if anything came up. But that didn't mean I could rely on them all the time.
かがりたん、ちょっと
Kaguri-tan,
気分転
why not
換
go
に
for a walk to
散
get
歩
your
でも
mind
して
off
きたらど
things?
う？
そうね。
That's right.
人間
Humans
じっと
have a
してると
tendency to
余
overthink
計なこ
things
と考
when they're
えちゃう
sitting
もの
still.
よ。
It might be
少し
better
く
to
らい
move around
体
a
を動かした
little.
方がいいかもしれないわね。
Okay.
というわけでおか
Alright,
り、
Okurin.
かがりた
Take
ん
care
を
of
頼んだ。
Kaguri-tan.
わかった。
Okay. They're going on some Moxies. Yay. Hang on though. I'm gonna do a bit of a save because it's been a minute. Okay, we're still on the same chapter. The previous ones were on the shorter side, so it's throwing me off that this one's being so much longer. Anyways. The two of us walked off to Central Street together, but we didn't really have anything to do. Thoughts. Their outside must have made her feel a little better, because Kaguri was starting to calm down.
その
So,
どこか行きたい
is
と
there
ころ
someplace you'd like to go?
あるかな。
どこでもいい
Can I
の。
go anywhere I want to?
ああ、
Yeah.
君の
Anywhere
行きたい
you
ところ
want.
でいい。
それじゃあ
Then take me
クリ
somewhere
スさ
you
んと
went
行っ
with
たところに
Kurisu.
連れてってほしい。
What?
オカリンさんが
Take me
クリス
someplace
さ
you
んと
went
歩
with
いたこと
Kurisu.
のある場所
Okarin.
に連れて行って。
Somewhere I've been with Kurisu. Where could that be? A lot of places, frankly. The Coin Laundry in the neighborhood? Horin Park? Gyudon Sambo? I haven't spent a lot of time with her at fun or romantic places. I spent a lot of time with her, but most of it had disappeared into many different world lines. I've gone through that time again and again, but most of it had been spent arguing and working with her at the lab. We never spent any time going places to have fun. And we never made it to Aomori either.
オカリンさんがク
Where
リス
did
さ
you
んと
first meet
初めて会ったの
Kurisu?
は
Okarin.
どこ？
Same place she died.
初めて会った
Where
場
we
所。
first met.
私
That's
そ
where I
こに
want
行
to
きた
go.
い。
The place where Kurisu and I had met. It was.
ここが
Is this it? A brightly colored building in front of Akihabara Station. The radio building. This is where it started. Yes, this is where everything had begun. On that day, the time machine appeared on the roof of the building. It was just after that when I met Kurisu. I could still remember it. The challenging look in her eyes, I can read. Thinking back, I may had already fallen in love with her then. But even though this was the place I met her, this was also the place where I'd... Yep.
オカリンさん
Okarin,
どうしたの？
what's wrong? Sorry. Lately I've been so busy with Kaguri that I started to think I was getting a little better. But maybe I wasn't.
汗すごい。
You're really sweating.
ごめん。
I'm
も
sorry.
しか
Is
して
this my fault?
私のせい？
いや、
No,
そうじゃないんだ。
that's not it. It's
ただ
just... Whenever I came here, I couldn't help but remember what happened that day. But
行こう。
let's go.
いいの？
You're sure?
具合
You're not
悪
feeling
いんでし
good,
ょ？
are you?
大丈夫だ。
I'm fine. I couldn't just stand out here forever. I couldn't keep Mayuri, Daru, and the others worrying forever. If I needed to get over it at some point, then...
わかった。
Alright,
それじゃあ
let's go.
行こう。
Something soft touched my hand. Kagari was holding my hand tightly in hers.
ありがとう。
Thank you. Kagari led me down the bustling street toward the radio building. My knees felt like they were about to give out at any second. Even after I'd gone inside, I was still doing better than I had thought I would. But I still didn't feel like climbing the stairs where it had happened. I took the elevator to the roof. Ferris, aka Miho Akiha, I carefully locked the door to the roof so that no one who wasn't authorized could enter. Is it too late to mention that it's generally not a great idea to do exposure therapy without a professional present? I mean... I've been given a key too, but today was the first time I was able to use it. The first thing I saw after coming onto the roof was a strangely shaped object, the time machine. Wow, I remember this. I came here in this thing.
これに乗ってきたんだよ。
Kagari happily ran up to the time machine. It was right after she'd separated from Suzuha that she'd lost her memories. Also, he has gone to therapy. It was like the second chapter or so that he started in the therapy office. It didn't go well. Because he would have to tell the therapist about all the time travel stuff, and he would get institutionalized real quick fast if he did that. Anyways. Did I read this line? I don't remember. I'll reread it anyways. It was right after she'd separated from Suzuha that she'd lost her memories. She remembered going from the future to the place in 1975. The first time I came outside here, I was amazed at how pretty the sky was. Unfortunately, it wasn't very pretty right now. But Kagari spoke as if there was an endless blue sky stretching out in front of us. We didn't want to leave Mama, so I stayed inside the machine and cried. I missed her so much. But Suzuha told me that I had to stop crying, and I couldn't be like that anymore. But I was still so sad. And then the hatch opened, and I saw the blue sky.
2036年の
The
空
sky in
は
2036
青
isn't
くないの
blue.
か
I mean, I'm not gonna say anything. Yeah, the war made it all black and dark, and they wouldn't let me go outside very much. The mid-70s were right after the big economic growth spurt. Ecological concerns weren't as important as they are now. And that was also when air pollution was a really big deal. The air probably wasn't as clean as it is now. If it seemed hateful to her anyway, that must have meant the air in the future was really terrible. Just a little bit. Okarin, is this where you first met Kurisu? Perhaps?
いや
No,
ここじゃない
this isn't it. This
ここ
is...
は
A cold drop hit my nose. That's funny. How familiar. It started to rain.
ああ
Yeah,
そう
you're
だな
right. That's right. Makabe,
生きてたか
you're alive. Right. I forgot I might run into you here.
何をしていたんだ
What were you doing? Thinking.
そうか
Oh. The rain had been falling then too. Yeah, I thought about that like honestly immediately. Either I'm getting like way too used to the pattern in Steins Gate, or I'm just becoming Rintaro Okabe. I don't fucking know. When she learned that either she or Mayuri was fated to die, she'd come here and looked up at the sky like this. Wow. It's really pouring. Okarin, get inside. Oh, just like that one time, too. Okarin. What has she been thinking then? That she entrusted her fate to another person. To me. Okarin, you're going to catch a cold. Hurry. Kagari dragged me inside, away from the noise of the falling rain. A few moments later, I found myself sitting there. There was the blah 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 blah. The place is being renovated, none of the stores were open. The lights were off, too, and it made the place seem very gloomy. Wow, that really surprised me. That day, after the rain, Kurisu and I leaned up against each other and talked. And this was also the place where...
ここだよ。
This is it. Huh?
ここが
This is where I met
俺とクリ
Kurisu.
スが初めて会った場所だ。
Strictly speaking, this is where I'd first met her in the beta world line. That day, half a year ago. What were you trying to tell me earlier?
さっきとはいつ
What are you talking about? About 15 minutes ago, before the conference started. You were trying to tell me something, right? You looked really sad. You looked like you were going to start crying any second. Why? Have we met before? Perhaps a little smidge bit. Thinking back, that was the beginning of everything. I wish I'd never met her. If only I'd known this would be the result. If I never met her, I wouldn't have to feel this way. Okarin. He gets head pats. Very good. I felt something soft touch my face.
かがり
Kagari. Mama used to do this whenever I was scared.
どうして
Why? Thank you for the head pat, Spooky. It looked like you were going to start crying any second. I mean, Kagari patted me on the head again and again, as if I were a child.
あいつと
This is where I first met
Kurisu.
Kurisu.
初めて会ったのはここだった。
Here on the landing?
あ、
Yeah.
最
She
初の
left a
印象は
terrible
最
first
悪。
impression.
初めて会ったっていうの
She
に
was
上から
arrogant
目
and
線
spent a
で
lot of
睨
time
みつけてく
glaring
るま
at
で
me.
可
Not
愛
cute
さ
at
のかけら
all.
もなかった。もっとも
And of course, she
向こ
probably
うだっ
felt
て
the same
そう
way
思って
about
ただろ
me.
うけどな。
After all, all the time I was rambling about nonsense like organization agents. But she still ended up being someone you cared about.
あ、
That's right. That was in the Alpha World line, though. Right after I'd met Kurisu in this one, she'd... My face looks a lot like Makise's, doesn't it? Yeah.
どうしてそれを
How did you know? Maho told me so. Thanks, Maho. And so I looked it up on the internet, and I was amazed. Maybe it's fate that her memories are inside me. I mean, fate. It always was. Fate laughed at us. It toyed with us. Hey, just hypothetically, a drop of rain ran down Kaguri's hair and hit the floor. If I were to lose my memories as Kaguri Shino, and they were all replaced with the memories of Kurisu Makise, would I turn into Kurisu Makise? That's been the question. You were just thinking about how maybe no one moved the memories on purpose? I'm not sure about that. I feel like there's definitely some kind of foul play.
そう簡単に行くものじゃないよ。
It's not that simple.
でももし
But
も
what
だ
if
よ
it were?
も
If
し
that
も
happened,
そうなるなら
would you be happy?
オカリンさんは
Hey,
嬉しい
it's not the same.
私が
If I became
クリスさん
Kurisu,
になったら
would it make you happy?
オカリンさんは嬉しい
It was the voice of the demon I tried so many times to ignore.
俺は
I didn't want that. Or did I?
でも
But I wouldn't like
私
that,
はやっぱり
though.
嫌だな
Another drop of rain struck the floor. I don't think it's rain anymore, buddy.
このまま
I don't want to
自分が
disappear.
どうやって
Not
生き
knowing
てき
why
た
I
の
was
かも
ever
わからない
alive.
まま
Not being of any
誰からも
use to anybody.
必要とされないまま消えちゃうなんて
Yeah.
かがり
Kakari.
私
What's going to
どうなっちゃうのかな？
happen to me?
私は
I.
私は
Kakari was shaking a little. It wasn't just because of the cold.
ごめん
I'm sorry.
いや
No. I never did figure out what she was apologizing for.
このままじゃ風邪をひく。
You're gonna catch a cold.
そろそろ帰ろう。
Let's go home. Yeah.
とにかく上がってくだ
Just
さい
come in. The first time I went to Lukako's room, it really did look like a girl's room. Wow, you're both soaked. You better hurry and
急いで着替えな
change.
きゃ
Yanabayashi's shrine was closer to the radio building than the lab, so I decided to bring Kagari there. Mayuri had sent me a message on the way, so I had her come here first. I figured that Kagari needed Mama Mayuri right now more than she needed me. Fair.
ママ
Mama. Just like I thought, the second she saw Mayuri's face, she relaxed a little.
寒かった
You
で
must
し
have been
ょ
so cold, right?
お風呂沸かし
I'll
てき
get
ま
a
すね
bath ready. Lukako handed us towels to wipe away the rain and ran out of the room to start the bath.
お風呂
I want to take a
ママ
bath
と
with you,
一緒がいい
Mama.
マユシと
With Mayushi? Sure,
い
okay.
いよ
But what will you do, Okarin?
でもオカリンはどうする
いや
Oh,
俺はいい。
I'm fine. You guys
かが
can
り
go
を先に入れ
first.
てやってくれ。
Okay,
ありがとう
thanks. Make sure you
Okarin
change so you don't
も風邪
catch
ひ
a
いちゃう
cold,
から
okay?
着替えだけでもしてね
I'll
なん
work
とかする。
something out. Yeah, he doesn't exactly have clothes here, you know? He doesn't live here. And Likuko's too small for them to just swap clothes. Maybe I could borrow Likuko's father's clothes. Yeah, I guess that's not an option. Just as I got up to leave the room.
かがりちゃん
Kagari. Oh. Hang on. Earbuds. Dying. Oh. Hang on ×2. There we go. Come on. Connect to my headphones, please. You know what? Fuck it. I'll just not headphones for the rest of this chapter, I guess. That's fine. Continuing on, I guess.
どうしたの
What's wrong,
Kagari-chan.
Kagari? Something was wrong with Kagari. She was staring at Mayuri's face. Confused.
Kagari?
Kagari?
誰？
Who are you? Oh dear.
え？
Huh?
あなたは
Who are you?
誰？マユシーだよ。
It's me, Mayashi. Kagari.
かがり。
Kagari.
私の
My name?
名前
Kagari.
Kagari.
違う。
No. I'm...
私
I'm...
私は
Who...
誰なの？
Who am I?
私
I
は
am... Kagari tore out her hair and let loose a cry that sounded like it came from the pits of hell. Get a hold of yourself, Kagari. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts so much. It hurts. It hurts, Mama. Help me. Help me, Papa. Someone, save me. Save me. Someone, save me. Kagari. She was like a puppet whose strings had been cut. All the strength left her body, and she fell forward. By the time I left Lukako's house, the rain had stopped. We waited for a while after that, but Kagari showed no signs of waking up. She looked peaceful as she was sleeping, so I decided to leave her to Mayuri and Lukako and head back to the lab. According to the two of them, she gotten confused several times in the past, but never like this. We might have underestimated how dangerous her situation really was. Her brain was probably under a lot of stress already. We needed a way to deal with this, and now. But for that... Got it! I did it! The second I opened the door, I heard Daru and Maho yelling. Really? I ran inside without even taking the time to remove my shoes. How dare you! Go back and take off your shoes, mister. Oh, Okarin. Perfect timing. Okabe, you're soaked. That doesn't matter. Did you guys pull it off? Mm-hmm. Daru gave me a thumbs up. Nice work, Daru. I'm a super hacker. This is nothing. You could say that, but I knew exactly how much talent and effort it took to hack CERN. Your average hacker couldn't do it. The name Super Hacker wasn't just for show. What about you, Hiyajo? Were you successful too? Honestly, given the hardwood flooring, I never considered they bothered taking their shoes off and on in the lab. That's fair. But at the same time, it's just kind of the principle at this point if you didn't bother, you know? I'm pretty good at my job too, you know? Maho stuck her thumb up, just like Daru had. Wow. Well, this was all thanks to the information you and Kagari gave me. In that sense, we were lucky that she had Kurisu's memories. That's honestly fair. No, you're the one who did the work. So true. Thanks. I'll just accept the compliment. Good. Now the question is whether it works. And the only way to find out is to try it. That's true. You're right. I want 3 trips to Kitchen Jiro. A restaurant chain found in downtown Tokyo, as well as Kansai. It has a popular combo menu that offers a large amount of delicious food. In addition to the restaurants, it also offers a delivery service. I see. Sure thing. Anyway, everything was ready. Mood. All that was left was to find out who they were. But that was still the biggest problem. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to get some rest. I'm pretty tired. The sound of a ringing phone cut her off. Jeez, who is it? I'm about to go to sleep. Yes, hello. She muttered to herself as she took the phone to the back of the development room.
で、かがりたんの方は
So,
どうなん
how's Kaguri-tan doing? Not great. Not great.
それなんだが
About that. Just as I spoke, a Ryan message arrived. Oh dear. Kaguri woke up. She's calmed down. I let a small sigh of relief and sent back an answer. I also sighed. Got it. Sorry, can you look after her for a while? I'll contact you if I need you.
実は
It's not good,
あまり良くない
She forgot who Mayuri
今日なん
was
て
today.
真由里のことすら分からなくなった
マジで
Seriously?
それだけじゃない
That's not all.
その
But
後
after that, she started
ひどい
complaining
頭痛
about
を
a
訴えて
horrible headache and passed
意
out.
識を失った
Yep,
それま
that's
ずくね
bad, isn't it?
まずいな
It is. We
なん
need
と
to
かし
do
ないと
something. But unless we knew who we were up against, there was nothing we could do. What? You're sure? The other and I exchanged glances at the sudden voice from the development room.
マホタンどうしたん
Maho-tan, what's wrong?
何かあった
Did something happen? When we looked inside, Maho turned around in a state of shock.
荒らされたって
Someone ransacked my hotel
私の借
room.
りてたホテルの部屋
Oh dear. The call was from the hotel. Maho was staying at a business hotel in Wako City. Sometime in the past few days while she had been staying here, someone had ransacked it. She left her key card with the front desk, but there were signs that the lock had been picked. She'd just given her okay to search through her room.
それで
So,
詳しい状
did they
況は分
find
かったのか
anything?
今から警察
They're
に連
just
絡
about
す
to
るか
call
ら
the police.
何が
They
盗ま
want
れ
me
て
to
るか
come
調
back
べ
and
る
see
た
if
めにも
anything's been
早く
stolen.
戻ってこいって
じゃあ
Then they don't
何が
know what
取られ
was
たかわ
taken?
からんってこと
Maybe they stole your
ま
underwear,
もしか
Daru.
して下着と
Shut the
かも
fuck up. Seriously, dude. Come on.
そういうのは全部
Brought
持
all
って
that
きて
with
るわ
me.
よ
Do you want me to sue you for sexual harassment?
うひ
Uh,
それだけ
please
は
don't.
勘弁
まあ
My room's
私
always a
の部屋っ
mess
て普段か
anyway,
ら散らか
so
っ
it's
てるから
possible that it just looked
荒
like
らされ
someone
てるように見え
ransacked
ただ
it.
けって可能性
If
も
I
あ
wanted
る
to be optimistic, that
楽観
is.
的に考えればね鍵が開けられて
They
たっ
said
て
the
言う
lock
から
was forced, so it's almost certain that someone broke in.
間違いないでしょうけど実は
Actually, the same
つ
thing
いこの
happened to the
間も
office not too
オフィ
long
スの方
ago.
が荒らされたことがあって
じゃ
Then it's
単な
not
る
just a
偶然じゃないか
coincidence. Someone is
何者か
after something you've
あヒヤジョ
got.
ーさんの持っている何かを探しているんだ
そうね
That's right.
でも
And I think I know what it
何を
is.
探しているのかは見当がついてるわ
なんだ
What is it?
クリスのノート PC
Kurisu's laptop.
あれか
Putting all the pieces together, it seemed the most likely option. I could be sure that whoever tried to overwrite Kaguri's memories was the same group that attacked her in the other world line. Whoever those people were, they were after the time machine theory hidden in Kurisu's memories. But since their experiment had failed and Kaguri had escaped, they turned their attention to the other thing Kurisu had left behind. The laptop and hard drive that Maho had. But if they were after that, did that mean they had it now?
つかその PC っ
Wait,
てこの
is
前
that
マホ
computer
タン
the
が
one you gave
僕に
me?
託したやつ
何
What?
実はね
I really wanted to
ど
crack
うし
the
てもパスワー
password,
ドを解
so
析
once
した
I
くて
started staying here, I gave it to Hashida.
橋田さん
それじゃあ
Then the
ノート PC は
laptop.
無事のはずよ
It should be safe, right?
もちろん
Yep.
今
It's in
は
my
僕の
secret
秘密
hideout
の
right
アジト
now.
にあるのだぜつっても
But
ずっ
since
と
I
セ
have
ル
been
の
so
ハッキ
busy
ング
with
にか
hacking
かりき
Sir,
りだったか
I
ら
haven't had
まだ
time
パスワードは解析できてないけど
analyze
ね
I haven't had time to analyze it. Why are words missing? That made me feel a lot better. Now, if only we knew who had broken into her room. But it wouldn't be that easy. Still, if they'd done something like that, they must be starting to panic. What would they do next? Wait a second.
もしかしたら
We may be able to
これは
use
使える
this.
かもしれない
使えるって
Use it. I didn't want to waste time explaining, so I just took out my phone and made the call. Several days later, Kaguri's condition was getting worse. Staccato footsteps echoed through the darkness. Akihabara got quiet early. The ever-busy electronic stores, the concert halls that were filled with cheers, and the coffee shops that were full of laughter, all of that gave way to silence as soon as night fell. A single set of footsteps walked slowly through the silence, never breaking rhythm. They belonged to a girl. It was dark, so it was hard to see her clearly, but it was very clear that she was acting strange. She had a cap pulled down over her face and was trying to avoid letting anyone see her as she walked, as if she was hiding from someone, as if someone was chasing her. And just as she was about to turn a corner, several men jumped out in front of her. The girl stopped in surprise. Suddenly there were men behind her too. Kaguri Shina, right? What's going on here? One of the men spoke. His Japanese was fluent, but if she'd listened carefully, she might have detected a trace of a foreign accent. The girl they called Kaguri was helpless as they surrounded her. One of the men thought to himself, "This is the easiest job in the world." All they had to do was kidnap a single helpless-looking girl. There was no need to bring this many people. No, it wasn't just him. Almost everyone in there felt the same way. I am pretty sure this is Suzuha dressed up to look like Kaguri in disguise. Like, the first thing that set me off was like the tracksuit, but then like the eye color. Like, I'm pretty sure this is Suzuha. Stay calm and we won't hurt you. The men gradually began to close in. The girl simply stood there, afraid, and showed no signs of resistance. This was too easy. Just as the man smiled and reached out his hand. He thought he heard the sound of something slicing through the air, and then he fell to the ground, clutching his hand. It looked like 3 sausages lying on the ground. All right. Before they realized that the sausages were the man's fingers, another man went down from a high kick to the head. The man began to howl in rage.
You fucking bitch!
Yep. They left at the girl, swearing, but... Yeah, that's said in English. One of the men who was trying to attack her from behind suddenly screamed.
Oi, oi.
You need to cool it. You don't want to make a lot of noise either, do you? A huge man came out of the darkness, silhouetted by the moon. I'm guessing Okabe witnessed that. Wow. That was all I could say as I watched these tough men go down, one after the other. I knew from his size that Tanoji was strong. It was the other girl that really shocked me. Yep, I knew it! Fucking called it. The cartoony noises, yeah. Your disguise ruined. Suzuha jumped around like a cat. Each time she moved, the men around her quivered. I knew she'd undergone combat training, but I had no idea she was this strong when she was serious. I love how he's still in the apron and shirt. I mean, what else would he wear? Come on. The kicks from her long, lithe legs were like a work of art. Suzuha can and will fuck you up. Yes, correct. Not bad, part-timer. You too, boss. The men fell to the ground without even having the time to draw their knives and guns. Several days earlier, when I realized that the enemy was probably starting to panic, I came up with a plan. In the last world line, Moeka had told me that someone was looking for Kaguri. I wondered if that was true in this world line too. So I asked Moeka to leak some information for me. A girl matching Kaguri Shino's description came down this road at the same time every day. And today, a few days later, they'd all taken the bait. I hung back behind the corner of an alley, watching them fight. It felt kind of pathetic. But it was obvious that not only would I be of no help whatsoever, I'd actually just get in the way. So it was smarter to leave it to them. How are things on your side? I heard Dowdy's voice from the earphone on one of my ears. I called him and left the call connected so we could talk at any time. Is Suzuha okay? Is she hurt? There had been opposed to Suzuha's plan to use herself as a decoy. He must have been worried about putting his daughter in danger. Don't worry. She's a lot more amazing than you realize. Well, she is my daughter. But if she gets hurt, I'm going to hate you forever, Okarin. Oh boy. Even better off worrying about the people she was fighting. So true. I suddenly heard a high-pitched whistle. At the signal, the men started to turn and run. They realized they'd fallen into a trap and decided to retreat. Sorry, not happening. Tanoji's giant arms grabbed one of the men's hands, but there was a hollow popping sound, and the man's body went limp. No way. He was dead? He took his own life? Uncle, he's coming up toward you. A piercing yell brought me back to my senses. One of the men was coming toward the alleyway where I was hiding. Our goal was to capture them and make them tell us who they were working for. If we couldn't do that, all this would be for nothing. I ran out in front of the man without even thinking. My sudden appearance caused him to hesitate for a moment, but he kept charging without dropping his speed. I saw that he was holding onto something shiny near his waist. Just as he hit me, Suzuha slammed into him with a jump kick. Gotcha. The kick knocked him directly into Tanoji's waiting arms. Tanoji caught him easily, then spun the man's arms around his back so he couldn't hurt himself. Uncle, are you hurt? Perhaps a little bit. Are you okay? I'm fine. Okarin, what's wrong? What happened? Don't worry. Everyone's safe. Suzuha, did we get him? Mm-hmm. Something like a scream came out of his mouth. At some point, Tanoji had jammed what looked like a towel into it. He was probably trying to keep him from killing himself like the last guy. Hey, cool it. You're the one who's gonna have a bad time if there's a fuss. And we're still only on the first one, pussy. We got 9 more to go. Then we've got the eyes, then both ears, the nose. There's lots of fun in store for you, oh dear. His voice was cold. This was the real Tanoji. This was FB. I wanted to look away, but Suzuha was watching without flinching in the slightest. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this either. You're gonna tell me in the end anyway, so is it better to just get it over with now? Well, shall we go for number 2? The man shook his head violently. Should have just done that to start with. So, who are you working for? Tenoji took the towel out of the man's mouth. He said something in a whisper so small I couldn't hear it. Tenoji's pallor suddenly changed.
Stratfor?
Stratfor? Fictional. Official name Strategic Focus. An American civilian intelligence company, sometimes called the Shadow CIA. It has its own independent intelligence network that it uses to gather and analyze security information from around the globe. And many famous companies and military organizations sit on its board of advisors. They are a for-profit company with completely different ideals and policies from groups like Anonymous, who crack classified information, or WikiLeaks, which publishes public interest information from whistleblowers. This is a real information brokerage company named Strategic Forecasting Inc., based out of Texas. This company bears no relationship whatsoever with Strategic Focus, mostly because Strategic Focus is fictional. That's my best guess. But what do I know? Interesting, though. Hey, you're not lying to me, are you? The man desperately shook his head again. Stratfor, huh? That's gonna be a problem. Stratfor. I've heard of them. Back when I was into conspiracy theories, I looked them up on the internet. Their real name was Strategic Focus, I think. They were an American civilian intelligence company, sometimes called the Shadow CIA. An abbreviation used by the American Central Intelligence Agency, the CIA reports directly to the president. They engage in spying, intelligence gathering, and political manipulation in foreign nations to guarantee America's security. They are said to have been involved in many major historical events. They specialized in military matters, and their skills had supposedly been put to good use during the Iraq and Gulf Wars. If a certain rounder like Tenoji said they were a problem, they probably were. This wasn't going to be easy. But now wasn't a time for being scared. You heard that, Daru? Start hacking Stratfor servers right now. Okie dokie. I felt myself starting to relax after I completed my first objective. But there wasn't time for that. This was where things really began. What's wrong, boss? Something bothering you?
Yeah.
Nah. It's just that Stratfor's a civilian company, you know? That means somebody's hiring them. No matter how many of these people you catch, is it really going to solve the problem? Fair. It did seem strange, come to think of it. Hey, you. Are you really? Tenoji tried to wring the man's neck again, but... Damn it. He passed out. What a wimp. Tenoji sighed and took out a rope, and then started to tie him up. Let me clean this up. You guys go. Thank you. You're sure? Don't question it, just accept it and go. This isn't the end, is it? I was a little curious what he intended to do with them, but... Alright. Well, I'll let you take care of it. I had other priorities right now. I said my thanks to Tenoji and hurried to the lab with Suzuha. Uncle, hurry. I know. He's not exactly the fittest, you know. Suzuha ran through the night like a panther. It was all I could do to keep up. The path to the lab seemed far longer than it usually did. We finally made it to the lab. Mayuri, Ferris, and everyone else were already there waiting. And Kaguri, too. Kaguri was lying on the couch in obvious pain. Her breathing was shallow. Her complexion was pale. Something bad could happen to her at any moment. Daru, how's it going?
ちょい待ち。
Just a sec.
前にハッキン
I've
グ
got
か
the
けた
route I
時のル
used
ー
the
トがあ
last
るか
time I
ら
hacked
今
it
探っ
in.
てる。
I hacked it. Checking it now.
前にって
The last time.
お前
Why did you do
そ
something
ん
so
な危険なことをしてたの
dangerous?
か。
ちょっとね、友
It was
達
a
と
bet
か
with
け
a
て
buddy
ね、
of mine.
どっ
We
ち
were
が
going to
早く
try
ハ
and
ッ
see
ク
who
でき
could
るか
hack it
勝負したん
faster.
だ。
Winner got a
Go-go
year's worth of
curry,
go-go
1年分。
curry. I mean, fair. Go-go curry, a curry chain based out of Kanazawa, Ishikawa. It has stores all over Japan, but primarily in the north and eastern parts of the country. It offers Kanazawa curry, which is famous for its thick karu and katsu and cabbage on top. Katsu. I'm curious too. You probably had no idea how dangerous that was.
あれ、
Huh?
どっちが勝った
You're
か
not
聞か
going to
ない
ask who won? From the way he was acting, there's no need to even ask.
とにかく
Just
急いで
hurry.
くれ。
ラジャー。
Roger. Since their plan to steal back Kaguri had failed, there was a good chance Stratfor would resort to even more desperate measures. There's no time to waste. And... Okarin, you're not looking so good.
いや、
No, it's
なん
nothing.
でもない。
なんでもないこ
It's
と
not
ないよ
nothing, Nya.
見せる
Let
に
me
ゃ
see, Nya. Dr. Ferris. Ferris ripped off my coat.
ひどい怪
You
我
really
してる
hurt, Nya.
岡部さん
Okabe, you're bleeding. Yeah, I got a bit stabbed. Just a little bit, as a treat. Okarin. I tried to avoid looking at it, but there's a lot more dark blood staining the side of my shirt than I'd expected to see. When the man had stabbed me before, it must have gone in pretty deep. Apply pressure? Stop staring?
問
I'm
題ない。
fine. I mean, I guess you're fine enough since you managed to run who knows how long with Suzaha to get back to the lab, but like, come on, dude.
問題ないわけ
You are not fine, yeah?
ルカニャン
Look, Anya,
応急
get the
手当て
first
の
aid
用意を
kit. Okay. Now, question is Ferris gonna do first aid with or without the cat paws?
俺は大丈夫
I'm
だ。
okay. Stop lying, you fucking hole.
マユリ、
Forget about me,
それより
Mayuri.
かがりは
How's Kagari? Kagari, hang in there. Kagari was still lying on the sofa, panting for breath. I'm sure canonically it's without the cat paws, but I'm leaning towards them not having a CG to establish that. Okay, but there is a CG where she was using chopsticks with the cat paws. So I'm pretty sure canonically it would be with the cat paws. Anyways. For the last few days, she'd been getting weaker and weaker. Her hand reached up into the air. Mama. Mama.
どこにい
Where
る
are
の
you?
ママはここ
Mama's right here.
ちゃ
I'm
んと
right
そばにい
beside
る
you.
よ
Mairi grabbed her hand tightly, and she finally smiled a weak smile. Mama,
ママ
tell me,
私
am I just going to disappear?
消えちゃうのかな大丈夫だよ
It's okay. Okarin and Daddy will do
オカリン
something.
とダルくんが何とかしてくれるからオカリン
Okarin.
そうだよ
That's right.
オカリ
You
ン
know Okarin, don't you?
わかるよねオカリン
Okarin.
さん
Kaguri's lifeless eyes turned toward me.
心配しなくていい。
Don't worry. Just a little more.
もう少し、
Just a little more.
も
You'll
う
be
少し
back
で
to
元通りに
normal.
なる。
オカベ
Okabe.
さん
I want, like, Ferris to just abruptly, like, ruin this moment with, like, first aid kitting Okabe. Like, please. Stab wound. Huh.
私を
Erase me.
消して
No! Kagari. No.
彼女の中から
Erase me from within her.
私を
No.
消し
Or is Kurisu saying this from Kagari? Fuck. That's complicated.
このままじゃ
At this rate, she's going to. Those were Kurisu's words. Yeah. Personality and memory were two different things. Just because she had Kurisu's memories, that didn't mean she had Kurisu's personality. But
お願い
please,
岡部
Okabe,
さん私を
erase me.
消して
Those were definitely Kurisu's words. At least, that's how it seemed to me. I remembered what she'd said before. She told me to save Mayuri. She told me she couldn't sacrifice Mayuri to save herself. Maybe there was a tiny chance that Kurisu's memories would safely settle inside Kagari's mind. But even if they did, I knew what she'd chosen. She'd chosen to leave. She'd chosen to disappear. I had no way of knowing it was the words coming out of Kagari's mouth were from another personality created by Kurisu's memories. But there was no doubt that they were Kurisu's words. Right now, she was nothing but a formless thing called memories. So why? Why, even now when she was nothing but memories, did she still have to suffer so much? Why did she have to suffer at all?
ごめんね
I'm sorry, Okabe. Clear drops fell from her softly closed eyes. Daru, did you find it yet? Kurisu. I asked him to stop myself from screaming her name. What? I asked him to stop myself from screaming her name. Okay, that's a sentence.
待って
Hang on.
もうすぐ
Just a
もう
little
すぐ
more. Just a little more. Oh wait, the sentence makes more sense. He asked Daru the question he asked prior to stop himself from saying Kurisu. Okay. Still was a weird sentence, but
まずいよ
this
おじ
isn't
さん
good, Uncle. Suzuha whispered to me as she looked out the window. Oh, that was supposed to be a whisper.
1 2
One,
3
two, three.
何人か
There's a
集まっ
bunch
て
of
き
them
てる
outside.
ストラト
It's
フォー
Strat
だ
4. Of course. Beat 'em up!
誰
Daru!
よし
Okay,
Koi,
come on.
koi,
Come on, come on,
koi.
come on. Does Suzuha still have her handgun? Not for any particular reason, but the tension was rising every second. Was he done yet? Why wasn't he done yet?
シュー
Got it.
誰
Daru.
シューシュー
Alrighty.
来て
I
来て
got
来
it.
て
Bingo.
ビンゴ
Nikako and the others brought the treatment device over, but I monitored for them to stay back as I looked down at the monitor. Maho leaned over Daru's other shoulder.
重要そうなファイルの
Look at the
中から
files that seem
サイズの
important
大
and
きな
pick
も
the
のを選ん
biggest
で
one.
待ってよ
Wait,
大きな
the
の
big
ずっと
one. Could it be this one?
もしかしてこれかなでもファイルネ
But
ー
the
ム
file name is
ジョンって
John.
モーツァルトの宣
That
伝
was
名は
Mozart's
ヨハネ
Christian name.
きっとそれ
That
だわ
has to be it. Is that true? Whatever.
なんかよくわからん
I
けど
don't get it,
OK
but
てか
okay.
中にもファイル
There
が
are
い
a
っ
lot
ぱ
of
いあるん
files
ですけ
inside
ど
it, though. Johan, Joan. Fair enough, I guess.
見せて
Let me see. Inside the folder were several files labeled with codes.
ファイルが増えてる
There's more files.
私たち
There
の
weren't
研
this
究段
many
階
when
じ
we
ゃ
were doing
こん
the
なに多くなかった
research. Which meant that after the Amadeus program was shut down, it had ended up in Stratford's hands somehow, and they had gone to do more experiments with it.
この中のどれかが
One of these has
カ
to
ガ
be
リさんの記
Kagari's
憶デー
memory
タのはず
data,
だけど
but
K6205 だ
K6205. Yeah.
え
Huh?
K6205
K6205 is Kagari's memories, Daru.
誰
Gochel number 620, the magic flute.
K62 あった
K620.
こ
I
れだ
found it.
後の手はずは
Now just do it
事
like
前
we
に
talked
話した通
about.
りに頼む
Compared to Kurisu's time leap machine, the process was a lot simpler. Since the memory data already existed, there was no need for a VR headset or the phone wave. All we had to do was use the decoder program on Kaguri's memory data, then use Stern's LHC to compress it. Then we transferred the compressed data and sent it to the cell phone. Hurry, we're completely surrounded. Daru, are you ready? Okie dokie. Okay, do it. Wait. I looked up and saw that Moho was staring at the screen, her features frozen in an iron mask. What's wrong, Yajo? Is this really going to work? If it fails, Kaguri will... I reached my arm around Daru's back and put my hand firmly on her shoulder. It'll be fine. I guarantee it. Okabe. Uncle. Kaguri. I stepped away from the PC and knelt down in front of the sofa where Kaguri lay. Okabe. Ready? Goodbye. Yeah. Kurisu. They're here. Daru. Roger. The sound of footsteps coming up the stairs. The sound of the phone ringing. Why is so much happening? Suzaha, please tell me you have your handgun, because that'll make this a little bit easier, right? Or does she not have any more ammo? That could be a problem, because it'd be difficult to get ammo. I'm just gonna answer the phone. I force a habit of not answering phone numbers I don't recognize, but to answer or not to answer, because I don't recognize the number. Or maybe this is the phone call for like getting the... Yeah, okay. The phone I pressed against Kaguri's head stopped ringing, and in that moment the world... Yeah, okay. Yes, okay, listen. I just had to have a moment, okay? Because we've gotten real weird emails in the past in the other game, so the world changed. Of course it did. What's the divergence? What's the divergence? Why didn't you tell us the divergence? The sick game. It was inside a deep black darkness. There was no sound, no temperature, just darkness, cold and silent. No one was here. I didn't even know if I was asleep or awake. There was nothing but a vague sense of presence. Nothingness. Nothingness spreading out to infinity. Huh? What was I doing? Was it not? Hey, Okabe, if you keep lying there, you'll catch a cold. Is it Kurisu? Okabe accidentally transports himself to the beginning of the universe. Almost. Huh? I turned toward the voice. Standing there, next to the open curtains of the development room was... Kurisu! What? Same. Oh. There you are, Kurisu. Yep, again. Once again. And that's where we end. Again. Gonna save over that one. Why? Because that was the end of the chapter. Unless you're questioning the game, in which case I can't help you. Fuck's sake. Listen, it's already past 1 a.m. How much longer do you want me to keep streaming Steins Gate, please? I'm gonna put this back in window. I should have changed the resolution first. Oops. There we go. Nah, I get that. Please unstream. I have work tomorrow. Fair. You do have job. So that was fun. What if I just reuse the same title for this stream next week? Because same kind of cliffhanger. You don't know if you work next... Oh yeah, because next Saturday is a new month. That would work. Yeah, that would be funny. Just recycle. Reduce, recycle, reuse. I don't know. Words. Makise Kurisu, is that you? Oh boy, indeed. Yeah. Well, that's fun. Anyways, who to raid? Yeah, of course I'm the only one streaming Steins right now. That checks out. Recreating that sequence from the Sonic dub with the Miku Babutino Kobe Kurisu and Daughter would work too well. Yeah. Wait, don't tempt me. Wait, that sounds like a really fun, silly TikTok idea to make. Fuck you. Fuck. I hate how much I actually want to do that now. The problem is I haven't come across that sound in a while on TikTok, so I don't know when I'll next get it in order to like save the sound and then get around to doing it. Would you guys be interested in seeing Octopath Traveler 1 or 2? Because I have 2 streams being recommended, but one person is playing the newer game, the other person is playing the first game. Or I also have art as an option for someone to raid if you'd be interested in that instead. You gotta go straight to bed either way. Help me decide who to raid though. So since it was made in Gmod, would be easy enough to do it almost exactly. Oh dear. I mean, I was thinking of just making a silly animatic, but roll a dice? No. Ifemichi, what do you think? Ifemichi was gone again. Shadows. Or at least it's just not saying anything, which is quite rude. Oh well. I'll rate the person that's playing the first Octopath game because they have slightly less viewers currently, or at least that's what Twitch is telling me. Their name is Red Bean Porridge. I know nothing about them because they're just being recommended to me by Twitch. So hopefully we all can like them. Thank you guys. Hi Hifemichi, welcome back to life. Anyways, thank you guys so much for joining this whimsical, totally fun, and not at all painful, and yet another cliffhanger. That totally didn't happen again. Time with Steins. And until next time. Until Not tomorrow because it's 1 a.m. Until later today. But like much, much later today. Yeah. Alright. Bye bye.